Hello, I am really hoping that this is working. I don't think it is somehow. Um, Let me check. Okay. Is that working now? I just had this moment of realization that I hadn't connected my microphone. So let me know if you can hear me now. Echoey now. Okay, I'm gonna try and fix this. Let's see if I can go in here and then turn this off. Can I turn this off? Is that better? Is that less echoey? Let me know. A little bit better now? I really hope so. Yeah, much. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's on me. I set everything up and then I went, oh, I'll go have some food. And then I came back and I was like, oh my god, it's nearly 6:30. So I just sat down, didn't check again. Oops. So, hello everyone, and thank you for joining me on a Thursday. I know it's a little abnormal for me to be doing a live stream on a Thursday. I feel a little luminous. I think I need to turn this down a little bit. I unfortunately had some plans for yesterday, so I couldn't do the live stream on my normal day. So here we are today. Oh, ow, that hurt. My light whistles at me when it doesn't like what I've got it set at. Okay, I'm trying to fix this light really quickly. So I hope everyone is okay with it being a Thursday. That was where I was going with that. And yeah, I ended up not doing it yesterday. So we're here today, and as usual, I'm going to be going through all the questions that I can find on witchcraft and paganism and spellwork and ritual and all those kind of good, cool things. And I'm going to try and answer as many as I can tonight, and I'm going to go as chronologically as I can, though I will sometimes pick new questions if they tie in with the question that I've just answered. So I'm not jumping around questions too much. Oh god, everything's mirrored and it confuses the hell out of me. Yeah, anyway, so first question I have for all of you is, which lighting is better for you watching? Because when I see my screen, it looks different than how you see my screen. So, is warm lighting better, which is this one, or is white lighting better? This was a bit bright, I think. Maybe here. So let me know, do you prefer the warm lighting or the white? Warm it is. Okay, there we go. Sorted. So, yeah, it's one of those where it always looks different for me. So I do live streams and I think, oh, the lighting's great. And then I watch them back and I'm like, wow, the lighting was not good. We don't like that lighting. So we're going to go with this. So I know I've already said it. We're going to go back to the top of the live stream and I'm going to try and answer as many as I can chronologically. And hopefully we can get through a good few questions tonight. Now, I'm not necessarily going to answer every single one of them. If I've already answered the question before in the same live stream, or if I've done a video on the subject, I'm probably going to direct said people towards the video I've already done on the subject, mostly because a 40-minute long video is going to be far better at explaining what it is I'm trying to say than me in just a few minutes here. And also, not every question that I get is something that I'm able to answer. So if I'm not able to answer a question, I will just say that I don't feel like I'm the kind of person to answer it. And yeah. The other thing is, please don't spam the chat, don't repeat questions, because I am going chronologically. And so if I do see that I have someone repeating questions again and again and again and making a nuisance of the chat, their question might end up not being answered anyway, because they might end up getting kicked out of the chat before I answer it. So just bear that in mind. Please don't annoy everyone else whilst trying to get your question answered. Okay, with that being said, massive thank you to all of my mods who will pop on and off. I know that Phil is already here. you do an amazing job keeping everything running smoothly. So I really appreciate that. So while I am going up to the top, let me know where you guys are all from. I would absolutely love to know. We have someone from Maryland. That's really cool. So I'm going to scroll up whilst I see where everyone's from. Let's have a look. Atlanta, West Virginia, Idaho, Minnesota, Germany, Pennsylvania, Turkey, UK, yes! Houston, or is it Houston? Houston, Texas, Florida, Arizona, Massachusetts, North Carolina, Colorado, Chicago, Birmingham, yeah, London, Frankfurt, Arkansas. Is it Arkansas or Arkansas? Arkansas. I'm not very good at this. Canada, Washington, Florida, Poland, New Mexico, Ohio. Wow, there's so many people from so many places. Michigan. Wow, it seems like we have like a Canada day today. I think I've got more Canadians on today than I usually have. So, I am going to go back up and let's see. The first question that I got was sent in really early. It was sent in like an hour ago, I think. And that is, what do you do once you no longer need a magical pouch? Can I reuse the crystals, shells, etc.? So this really applies for any magical object that you have. It could be a doll, it could be a bag or a pouch, it could be a jar or a bottle. If it's no longer needed anymore, you can undo it. So you can take the items out of it, break it apart. That item, whether it be a doll, a bag, I just merged those two together. Whether it's a doll, a bag, a jar, a bottle, the power of it is all together. So it's powerful when it's combined. So when you separate everything apart, it starts to lose that power and that potency. So you would separate out all of the items and then you would give them a cleanse. This could be smoke, water, it could be sound, whatever works best for the items. Some items you might then want to dispose of, so you could bury it if it's biodegradable, you could put it in a bin if that's what you can do. This would be things like photographs, name papers, petition papers, herbs and items that have degraded over time. You're going to want to dispose of those. But any items such as crystals or little charms or things that you would like to reuse, you can. Just make sure that you clean them and cleanse them first, and then you can just recharge them for another working going forwards. Yeah, one of the finest, a spell dog. I'm not sure how my brain managed that one. It just kind of went and just smushed it all together. So, I have a few more people from Ireland, India, Oregon, Somerset. Oh, I do love a good bit of Somerset. I love Somerset. From Chile, the Netherlands. Other people from Ireland, Poland, Delaware. Wow, there's so many people from so many places. It just amazes me that you will sit and listen to me talk on the internet when you live all over around the world. That's just so cool. So where was I? Up at the top we have here. So my son works in the forest day in and day out. He's a believer in the Fae and other magical forest beings. How can he protect himself whilst out there? Do Rowan beads have a different name in the US? So I mean, there's many different ways that you can protect yourself. Rowan beads or Rowan berry charms are just one of them. So the Rowan is also known as the mountain ash, and it's what probably most people will know the Rowan as if you're outside of England. It's probably most well known as the mountain ash. And that's a really good tree to work with for protection from land-based spirits and also protection from the fair folk, though do bear in mind that only some fair folk are going to be impacted or deterred by it. The stronger a spirit is, the stronger the protection needs to be. So you can use things like Rowan beads or Rowan... What is the word I'm after? Berries. Why did I lose that word? So you can use dried Rowan berries. I do have a video on this on my channel for anyone else who is interested. You can also use Rowan wood. Now the Rowan wood is traditionally created into the shape of a cross. So you would take 2 staves of Rowan wood. They would be equal lengths. You cross one over the other and then you bind it with red cord. This can then be sewn into clothing, it can be carried in pockets, it can be worn as a necklace, you can carry it in bags and such, and that's used for protection against land-based spirits as well. And that is generally a good way of doing it if you have a connection to the plant. If you don't, there's so many other ways, including protection sigils. You can carry specific necklaces and pieces of jewelry. A lot of people, if they don't want interactions with the Fae, will carry around iron. It is important to remember that not every Fae is going to have a negative reaction to iron, but it can be enough to just keep them away. If you don't want direct interactions, iron can be enough to say, hey, I really don't want to interact with you. So that could be an option, as well as drawing sigils on the skin as well. So those are a few of the less magically inclined ways of doing it. A lot of people will do this simply because they are concerned about the Fae, even if they aren't magical practitioners themselves. You can also then carry out a puppet type spell where you are using the doll as a representation for the person that you want to protect. So you, as the magical practitioner, could create a doll that represents the person you wish to protect, carry out spellwork and ritual on the doll as a way of manifesting in the life of the person you want protection for, so that is a good option, as well as doing some protection workings as an individual. So they might want to do some protective circles or some protective shields if they do feel particularly uncomfortable in any certain parts of the wood. That could be an option as well. So yeah, there's so many different ways. But if you are looking for rowan berries, they might be called mountain ash depending on where you are. And also in some places they might not be available at all. Okay, how do you feel about blood magic? Can it be used in positive and negative ways? What does it look like? So everyone is going to have a slightly different variety of what they mean when they say blood magic. So here is my understanding of blood magic. Blood magic is the use of blood in witchcraft or in spells and rituals, regardless of the term. So not everyone who practices magic will practice witchcraft. Witchcraft is just one form of it. But it's the use of blood in spells and rituals in order to manifest change in some way, shape, or form. Now, blood magic is not necessarily one thing alone. It can be incorporated, and it is incorporated into many different forms of practice, and it's often used as an additional energy source or as a tag lock. So there's kind of two different ways of how you can take blood magic. So blood is often used as a powerful energy source. It's often seen as a sacrifice of sorts. You are giving something that is important to you for something else. So that could be the aid of a spirit, the deities, or it could be simply energy. You are giving something that's important to you in the hopes that you can gain something that's important to you as well. So you can use blood magic in that way. And then you can also use blood magic in the art of tag locks. So these are representations of yourself or others. Now, there are many different tag locks. I have a full video on the subject if you would like to learn a lot more about it. I can't say too much in here, otherwise I'd be talking for even longer than I already am going to be. So that way of doing it allows you to attach a working onto yourself or onto someone else. You can use photographs, objects, items, signatures, as well as bodily fluids and the like to act as tag locks. Now, when it comes to working with blood magic, there is no good or bad when it comes to that. It entirely depends on what you want to use it for and how you're using it. So a little bit how electricity can be used to power a life-saving machine and also a machine that can really hurt people. It's the energy that's going into that machine is the same. It has no purpose, it has no direction. Electricity is not good or bad. It's just electricity. And it's what you do with it that makes the difference. The same applies to basically every form of magical practice and everything within it. Using blood in witchcraft does not make it inherently bad or inherently good. It depends on the type of working that you're using it for. So you can use a blood tag lock in a spell to help boost your connection with your romantic partner, but you can also use it in a curse. And it's the same practice, just put in a very different way. So there is no like inherently good or bad with it. And then I did have a comment here somewhere saying what's the opposite of blood magic. There is no opposite of blood magic. If you don't want to use blood magic, then you just don't. So it's just one aspect of witchcraft or magical practice that you might want to incorporate incredibly safely. I will add, please do not be doing this if you don't feel comfortable, if you are not going to do it safely. Like, make sure that you are doing everything really, really carefully, that you're making sure that you're staying safe. If you want to use tag locks, you don't have to use blood. You can use so many other things instead of if you don't want to. But yeah, there's no opposite to blood magic. There's just using it or not using it. And not everyone's going to feel comfortable with it. And you can have a successful magical practice without ever incorporating it. And a lot of people never will. And that's okay, as well as incorporating it, as long as you're just being safe. I feel like it's been so long since I filmed a video. I hope that I am being coherent with all of these answers. It's just been a very long time. I tend to bulk film my videos and then spend weeks scripting others. So like it's been a long time since I sat in front of a camera. And by a long time I mean approximately a week and a half, which feels like an eternity to me. What can I do when there's something in my bed and I can feel it and so does my cat? So this usually is directed towards spirit. So there's something that you're experiencing within your personal space and you don't feel comfortable with it. So in this regard, I would recommend doing a cleansing. A full cleansing, cleanse yourself, cleanse your home. I think it's also important to make a note of what's been brought into that space. Make sure that all of your protections, if you have any, are still functioning normally, or at least as they should. And then you can kind of figure out what's going on and how it's happened. So I have a video on why your house is haunted. And that goes over a wide array of different reasons why you might experience spiritual hauntings. Probably the most common is that you've had building work done recently or fairly recently that might have disturbed either the land or the house itself. Or you might have brought in spirits on yourself if your protections are not entirely working, at least to their fullest extent. Or you've brought a spirit in on an object that's usually secondhand or maybe vintage that's been brought into the home. So generally, I would recommend doing a full cleansing. I have 2 different videos on cleansings as well. So I have a cleansing with smoke and a cleansing without smoke that you can then run through to try and clear out that energy. And hopefully that will be enough to do it. With most spirits, they don't really want to be in a space that isn't inviting to them. They don't want to be irritated and annoyed and frustrated all the time. So they'll generally move on if it isn't somewhere that they're particularly attached to. So yeah, those are all things that you can do. And yeah, as Chaotic Magician has said here, when it comes to blood magic, always use sterilized tools. Never, ever makeshift your own ways of doing it. Make sure that you are always being completely safe. And if you don't feel as though you can be safe, then I would find a different technique, because there are so many options out there that you can use. So if you don't feel like you can do it safely or you don't feel comfortable, there are many different other ways of going about it. Okay, where was I? I think I was... Okay, is it possible for psychic abilities to be inherited through the generations in a family, even to skip sides in the same family? So this is kind of a twofold. I think I'm not entirely understanding the question, but we'll see. So when it comes to psychic abilities, everyone has the ability to develop them. It isn't something necessarily that some people have and that some people don't, but you will find that, especially among families, that blood relatives will often have similar abilities. So they'll find it easiest to do a certain thing. So it's not that you can't learn empathy or clairvoyance or clairaudence or any of these things. It's just that some people are going to have a much easier time doing it, and to some people it's going to come basically naturally to them and they're not going to have to think about it. And so you'll often find that if a family member is really good at hearing spirits, so they have clairaudence, you might find that their children may also experience this as well, and then their children might experience it. You might find that your mum, your auntie, and your grandmother all can do the same thing, and that's because they have an easier time slipping into that kind of psychic ability. Now, I'm not sure about the skipping sides aspect of this. I'm not sure if this is referring to skipping people in that family, or whether it means like flipping between different sides of the family, like your father's side of the family and your mother's side of the family. Psychic abilities can definitely skip people. It's often, though, because a person isn't particularly interested. They might be really closed off. There might be other things going on that means that they aren't open and perceptive to the spiritual world. It may be that if they tried, they really could develop that ability, but not everyone is going to want to. Now, whether it can flip between different sides of a family that aren't related to one another, that's when I don't think it can necessarily jump across families. It might just be that different people will have similar abilities and they might be focusing on those abilities, or in the presence of other people who might also have these abilities, it might open them up further to experiencing more and more and more. And so you might find that if you spend a lot of time around someone who can smell spirits or see them, you then might start experiencing that yourself, because you feel more open-minded and you have someone there who's experienced in that. And so they're able to kind of inspire you and add it into your own life. They have like this comforting feel to them, because you're not going to sound quite as weird if you say that you just saw a ghost when the person sitting right next to you is also able to see that ghost. You know, it makes it a little less weird. So yeah, it's a really interesting subject. And you will often find that family members will have empathy running through lines in their family, or they'll have clairsentience or clairvoyance all the way through their family lineages. And I think that's really cool as well. You'll also often find that you'll have it, like, for instance, mediumship is often something that is done through family. So you'll find like a father that does mediumship will often have a son that does mediumship, or a daughter that has mediumship, or whoever really in their family line that will then go on to do mediumship as well, which I think is really interesting. Da, 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 da. Right. Trying to figure out where I was. Ooh. What do you think about practicing energy manipulation as a way to release energy before bed to help you sleep? I mean, I'm interested into the reasoning why, because generally, unless you have a lot of built up energy, you're not necessarily going to need to release all of that energy. You might even find then that you are more susceptible to spirit activity while you are asleep. So, I mean, it could definitely work as a way of relaxing, unwinding, allowing you to sink into your surroundings. But just be a little bit cautious with it, because especially if you do live in a space with a lot of spirit activity, the more your energy is depleted, the easier it is for you to have unwanted spiritual attention, sometimes attachment, sometimes attack. So just make sure, if you are planning on depleting your energy before bed as a way of relaxing, that you do have your own personal protections, just so that you're going to stay safe. Because this is where a lot of people get in trouble when it comes to spirits, is that they end up not sleeping properly, they end up losing a lot of their personal energy, and that's when you get the more malicious spirit activity kind of happening. So just be careful with that. But generally, I think that'd be fine. It's certainly an interesting way of doing it, and it could be also used in like a larger context as well. You know, you do like the guided meditations before bed, you release some of that energy. Like, it could be a really good ritual to get into. Dum, bum, bum. Da, 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 da. The new wall color is relaxing. I mean, it's not that new. I think I've had this room painted now for like 2 years, maybe. Yeah, maybe more than 2 years. It was just before the lockdown started in 2020 when this entire room was finished. The Right, I'm trying to figure out where I was. I'm currently sifting through a bunch of like locations. I'll find it at some point. It's here somewhere. Have you ever seen fairies? I have. And they are not cute and small and dainty and all of those things that people often associate with fairies and fair folk. Of all the fae that I've seen, wow, you are going you're going far too fast for this road. Of all the fae that I've seen, very few actually fit into the stereotype of the fair folk. Usually people think that they're cute and small with little wings, and most of the fair folk that I have seen have been, I mean, a few have been sweet looking, but not the traditional flitty, cute winged fairies. Sometimes they're really grotesque and not very pretty at all for our standards. It's important to remember, obviously, the beauty standards are a very individual thing. Some of them are really tall, some of them are really short, some of them are strange colours. Very few, in my experience, have been small and flying, which I thought was pretty interesting. Oh, I'm going to sneeze. I don't want to sneeze. Okay, let's figure out where I was again. How old do you have to be to practice witchcraft? Generally, there isn't one set age where all of a sudden you can practice witchcraft. It's more about how you can perceive the world, how you can take in information, and how you can weigh up and balance out risk and be able to avoid it where possible. I think that's the main distinction. There are many people who spend their entire lives practicing witchcraft and they've been brought up in that environment. And then there are other people who find it when they're 60, 70, 80, 90, and they join the craft much later on in life. There's definitely no one fixed age where you can suddenly do it. I think it's important that anyone who is interested in practicing witchcraft is capable of knowing the dangers, how to get out of them, to be able to do the research and to fully understand the information that they are gaining from their research, whether that is books or communicating with other members of the community or anything like that. And then to be able to implement that in a manner that's going to allow them to stay safe. And for some people, that could be as children, especially if you do have family members who are there and know what's happening, know what you're doing, and are able to keep you safe as well as allow you to grow your magical practice. But for other people, they might want to research and then practice when they're in their teens or even older. So there's a wide variety of different answers there, but mostly it's just when you're able to fully understand what you're doing and how to keep yourself safe whilst doing it. How do you nurture or develop a relationship with the gods? How do you communicate with them? So I'm going to start with the communication bit because I think it's probably going to be the most useful section. So when it comes to communication with deities, gods, goddesses, even spirits and ancestors, often this is done through altered states of consciousness. So this could be through astral projection, this could be in dreams, in meditation, in trance work. It is where we are less connected to the physical world. Now, this doesn't have to be astral projection, though that can be incredibly useful. You might find it useful to keep a dream journal so that you can note down any of your dreams, and you'll likely find that there are things in that that will give you information from potential deities, whether they be signs, symbols, music, location, retellings of myths and legends could come through as well. You could also have ancestors and family members who've passed over come to you in dreams and also during meditation and trance as well. So it's really good to take a note of everything that you experience, not only in these altered states of consciousness, but also during divination as well. So you might want to reach out during your tarot, your oracle, whatever kind of divination that you're doing, to see if you can gain information from your deities, your spirits, your ancestors, and then you can communicate with them that way. But generally, with spirits, I think that oftentimes dreams is probably the easiest way for most people to be able to communicate with them. When it comes to building a relationship, it's all about having that first connection. You might find that the deity reaches out to you, you might reach out to them. Both are valid, but it's important to remember that one reaching out does not guarantee the other will reach back. So you can reach out to a deity. That doesn't mean that the deity wants to reach out to you. So you have to accept that not all deity interactions are going to be fulfilling. They're not going to be both-sided. Sometimes it might just be you reaching out and getting absolutely nothing back. And then when you do make a connection, it could be communicating with them through dreams, it could be leaving offerings, going to places that they consider sacred, and also, giving offerings, eating food that is resonating with them, whether they like wine or bread or grains or whatever it might be, and then going about it that way. And it can be a really slow process, but I'd say if you want to work with deities, it can be good to keep a dream journal of some kind, because that is probably the easiest way that they're going to be able to communicate with you, and that you are then going to be able to communicate back. So, I missed this. I'm so sorry, but thank you so much. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to be able to say your channel name without YouTube kind of not liking the fact that I'm swearing. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And where was I? Oh no, it jumped. Oh. Okay, I'm scrolling back up again. I'll get there. If anyone is new and they have no idea what I mean when I say it jumps, what happens is that the chat has a tendency to flick all the way down to the bottom again. So then I have to scroll back up and try to figure out where I was. It's something that YouTube just does. I'm not really sure why it does it, but yeah, it just happens sometimes. Are hagstones created through the action of a mollusk any less powerful than hagstones created through the action of tides? This really all depends on what your definition of a hagstone is. My definition of a hagstone, as was taught to me, was that a hagstone must be created through the action of water, and it shouldn't be a term that's used to describe a stone that has been created through any other means. So some people will make a man-made hagstone. So they'll drill a hole through it and they'll consider it a hagstone. Personally, in my practice, I wouldn't consider this to be a hagstone because it doesn't fit the criteria of being a hagstone. For me, it needs to be a stone where the hole has been created through the action of water. But other people will vary that. And so it's really going to depend on an individual and where you put that power, and also how you experience it in your own practice. If you use both a hagstone that has been created through water and through animals, you might find that you prefer using one over the other. Whereas you might also find that you really don't like the hagstone that's been created through animal activity and you really prefer the one that's been created through water. So it's really flexible. A lot of people wouldn't consider a hagstone that's been created by a mollusk to be a hagstone. Other people would. So it is completely personal preference. If in doubt, trial and error, see what you feel works best for your practice, and then go from there. How do you get rid of the negative small voice that's always there, especially when you're trying to do negative workings? I mean, you really can't, and you really shouldn't either. That little negative voice, although it isn't always useful, is often a way of keeping us safe. And sometimes it might overreact, and it might make a positive feeling a negative one. But it's more about kind of weighing it up, taking in what it says, and you can listen to what it says, but that doesn't mean that it has to impact your decisions. You take it in, you observe it, and then you decide and you weigh up whether it's something that you want to listen to or not. And if it isn't, then that's just a decision that you're going to have to make. We can't get rid of this voice because it's something that's useful to us. It's trying to keep us safe, and it's trying to be an opposing opinion to what we might think is a really good idea. So I'd say take it in, weigh it up, and then decide if you want to use that information or if you don't. And if you don't, then you're just going to have to let it pass you by and continue on with whatever it is that you're doing. Is it possible to be a Christian and a witch? Yeah, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it is. Everyone is going to be different. And so some people who are Christian might not consider Christian witches to be Christians. Some witches might not consider Christian witches to be witches. As far as I'm concerned, as long as you are happy in your own practice and it works well for you and it makes sense for you, your life and your spiritual beliefs, then it's not really on anyone else to tell you whether you can or can't be a Christian witch. Just do you. You know, witchcraft is secular, it's non-religious. You can attach whatever religion you want onto it as long as it's something that you feel comfortable doing. Then that's fine with me, because it's not really up to me, you know? Have there ever been a point where you... My brain is fried today. Has there ever been a point where when you read any of your books and you go and get whole new books, even though you have some you didn't read yet? That's like my entire collection. My entire collection is I get a whole bunch of books and I read like half of them and then I get distracted and then I move on to a different subject and then I get a whole new bunch of books and I read half of them and I still haven't read the last half of the last set, and then I find a new topic or a new bookshop and then I get a whole bunch of new books. This is how my collection grows. And then over time I do go back and kind of read the ones that I missed, but there's still books in my collection that I have never read. And those are books that I don't talk about very often because why would I talk about a book if I've never read it? But yeah, there's definitely books in my collection that I have not read, either because my practice kind of grew past them and I just never used them, or they're on my ever-growing to-be-read pile, which is absolutely stinking massive now, and I'm going to have to not get any books for a while, because I went to Glastonbury twice last year. I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting to go once. We ended up going back again, and I ended up with a lot of books. Oops. And a lot of them I haven't read yet because my life has been kind of hectic over the past few, honestly, months, and so I don't really sit and read as much as I used to. So my quarterly book breakdowns might be a little bit shorter than they used to be because I just haven't had the time to sit and read mass amounts of books. What were your experiences when working with fairies and elves? I've seen one of your videos about this topic and I'm really interested. Well, I've had many different experiences and really I can't really go over all of them or even a fraction of them in this video, but they're very variable. I mean, some of them have been really, really negative, some have been really positive, some have just been observations, and I think a lot of people will probably find that most of their interactions will actually be more of you catching a glimpse of something that maybe you aren't meant to be seeing. A little bit like all of those stories of wandering through a forest at night and hearing music and stumbling upon a circle fairies and mushrooms dancing around a fire in the forest clearing. There's a lot of these folk stories where humans have seemingly accidentally stumbled upon a fairy gathering or a dance. And those are the stories that really stuck with me as a child. And so when I started developing my own practice, I found it to be fairly true within my own practice as well, in that a lot of the time my interactions with fairies have been completely accidental. It's not something that I necessarily wanted to happen, it's just something that I've almost stumbled upon. So one of my favourites was in the Chalice Well Gardens in Glastonbury. I saw two different fae in the water, in the pool at the bottom of the Chalice Well Gardens. And it was very obvious that neither of them knew that anyone sitting there was able to see them or witness anything that was happening. And the moment that they realised that they were being observed, they were just gone. Like, poof, gone. No more interactions for you. And you find this quite a lot, at least in the people that I know who interact with the fae. Few will have super one-on-one interactions. A lot of the time they are more observation based, which I thought was really interesting. I think I have a spirit in my home due to some explained things happening. How do I know it's nice if I'm still learning to trust my gut? So I suppose the easiest ways of doing this is to evaluate how you felt and the things that have happened. So often when it's a more negative spirit, you will find one or more things will happen. So things might go missing. Now, this doesn't necessarily mean it's a malicious spirit. That's why I think it's important to write it down or to take note of everything and evaluate from the whole instead of from individual things. So things might get stolen. Things might slam, bang, break. You might find that something that was on a solid surface suddenly smashes into 1,000 pieces. You might find that you come downstairs in the morning and all of your cupboard doors are open. Your pets may respond negatively to certain locations. So it's not that they're just watching a space or looking through a door. It's that they're barking, they're whimpering, they're trying to hide behind you, they're trying to get you out of the way, they refuse to go into a room, those kind of things. You might find there are awful smells. I'm talking like something just died in your bedroom kind of awful smells. In some cases, depending on the kind of spirit, the smell could also be sulfurous, so it might smell like rotten egg. You might also experience nightmares. These are usually repeating, so you'll have the same nightmare. Every time you wake up from it and you fall back asleep again, you just drop straight back into the same nightmare. That is a really not great sign. You might also find that you just feel incredibly on edge and you just can't relax, you can't sit still. Those kind of things, they're generally signs that you have something really not nice, and they can vary from the mild end of that spectrum to the really extreme end, and that's really going to depend on how strong a spirit you have within your space. You might simply have a spirit that resides there who just doesn't want to interact with you, in which case you might find that things move or that your pets are looking and observing or barking, but they don't seem particularly fearful. They're just watching. So you'll often find that cats will just stare through a doorway and you don't know what they're looking at. They're usually seeing something that you simply aren't. But if they're not responding super negatively, then it probably isn't something you need to worry about too much. Positive spirits will often help, or you might find that they play with pets, or the pets really enjoy being in that space and you don't really understand why. If you leave a cupboard door open, you might find that it closes, or you might find that you end up with less spirit activity in your space because that spirit is acting as a helper in that environment. Generally though, I would recommend taking every spirit as being neutral to slightly negative until you've kind of gathered enough information on them. You might also want to write down dreams, anything else you're experiencing. You might want to do divination to reach out to them. Just be cautious and make sure that you are taking notes of things. And if in doubt, you can ask them to leave. Just remember that if you have a particularly malicious spirit, if you ask them to leave, they might amp up that spirit activity like tenfold. So just bear in mind that you might need to do a strong cleansing, maybe even a banishing if it is a not so nice spirit. But yeah, most spirits tend to not care. And that's kind of like the default for me anyway, is that most spirits just don't give a shit. And they don't care if you're there or not. They will only care if something impacts them. So if you've destroyed something or if you've insulted them in some way, and then they'll kind of start caring. What being or deity is the safest, caring, understanding, and gentle? I'm quite a sensitive soul and I want to know what types would be good for me. Unfortunately, I can't give you the answer to that, and really, no one can. Some people will find it amazing to work with someone like Hecate, for instance. Other people are going to find that that energy just doesn't vibe with them. Some people might really like Keranos or Brigid. Other people might just not be comfortable with that. It's really useful to look through mythology to see who you might resonate with and just kind of get to know different characters in different mythologies and folklores, and then go from there. But ultimately, no one is going to be able to say the safest, most caring, most understanding deity, because it's going to be entirely dependent on everyone's personality and the different deities in question, because some people might really enjoy a certain deity and other people might just not vibe well with them at all. But often what will commonly happen is that a deity will reach out to you and they're probably going to be aware of what it is that you're after. And then you can do some research on their mythology, their folklore, and then see if it's someone that you would like to reach back to as well. Have you ever dealt with wraiths? If you did, any good advice? I've got to admit, I've never dealt with any wraiths, and I don't think I know of anyone who has either. I'm not sure if it's a location-specific spirit that we just don't experience quite as often here. I would love to know if anyone in the UK has dealt with wraiths. That would be really interesting to me. I've not known of anyone personally who's dealt with them. I certainly haven't, but I'm curious to know if anyone else has. Okay. Where was I? I think I was here. How do you know you're ready to work with spirits in general? What are the basic skills or requirements do you think you need for the work? So generally, I would recommend knowing how to cleanse. It's a really good one. That way you can disrupt the energy around you, deterring any spirits that you don't want to be present, and also cleansing any spirits out of that space, particularly lower level spirits that are interfering with your energy. I'd recommend learning how to energy sense. This is the ability to sense and identify whether someone or something else is around you. This is really useful when working with spirits. I would recommend knowing some protections or having some protections up. These could be house protections such as Witch's Ladder, Witch's Balls. You can have scapegoat spells such as Witch's Bottles. You can have enchanted jewelry which is charged for protection. You can wear different sigils that are designed for protection. You can have around your home things such as Witch's Bells, as well as, what was I going to say? Protective symbols. That's what I was going to say. Things like pentagrams. You can have protection shields. These are energy shields or bubbles that are placed around your home or around your space. It's a good idea to know how to do a protective circle or a protective shield around yourself. I have done videos on a protective circle and also the 3 rings of protection spell, which hopefully, well, it's not so much a spell, but it's a practice that allows you to quickly protect yourself energetically to stop anything from entering your space or getting too close to you. And then I would also recommend learning how to do some kind of banishing. Any kind of stronger removal working is a good idea. Now, when it comes to spirit work, you might also want to have a form of divination that you can carry out for communication, something that you feel comfortable with. This could be something like a pendulum. That's a good option. It's fairly easy to access and it's fairly easy to learn how to use as well. And then the only other thing, I know that sounds like a lot, but it isn't actually too much, is I would recommend learning how to school your emotions, because when you are doing spirit work of any kind, really, communicating with spirits, doing rituals with spirits, just seeing spirits, the stronger your emotional responses are, the more you're going to fuel that interaction. And that isn't always something that you want. You know, you don't always want to be super high energy and making a situation potentially worse. So if you can learn some kind of calming techniques, some techniques that allow you to really minimize your emotions temporarily, just so you can get yourself out of any tricky situations, that would probably be good as well. How often should you cleanse your whole house? The very annoying answer to this is it's going to depend on you and your house. So for me, I don't cleanse my house. I don't need to. I will maybe cleanse a room. I will cleanse an object, an item. I don't cleanse my house because I have spirits here who are comfortable here. If there's any spirits that enter that I'm not particularly comfortable with, I can remove them in other ways. So for me, I don't cleanse my entire house. I haven't done so ever, I don't think. Oh no, I have cleansed a house once. Yes. but it wasn't my house. I have cleansed houses before, but not mine. So if you are feeling that the energy is just not great, it's really stagnant, you might want to cleanse a house every month or so. But if you are doing your personal cleanses, if you have your protections, and as long as you're making sure that the items that you're bringing in are clean of any unwanted energies as well, you shouldn't really have too much trouble necessarily. You might find that you want to do a cleanse more often if there's a high energy environment or a highly emotional environment. You might want to cleanse a little bit more often, maybe every 3-4 months. Some people will just do them at the quarter festivals, so they might do it at the winter solstice, the summer solstice, the spring and autumn equinoxes, and they find that that works really well for them. Oh, and then a continuation of the same question is, what is the best protection for home and self, and what's the best incense to use for cleansing objects and the home? Personally, I don't necessarily use incense for cleansing the home unless it's loose incense. So I'll choose something that's got some rosemary in it, that's got some frankincense. You might want to add a few other items in there depending on where you are and what you have access to. You can, I suppose, use something like frankincense or rosemary when it comes to incense sticks and cones as well. That could be an option. I will often use rosemary stems. So in any of my videos where you see me cleansing something, I'm just using a dried rosemary stick, the kind that you would put in cooking, I will use to cleanse the home. For protections, I'd say you're going to want some protective items. So something like charged symbols that mean something to you for protection, or something like witches' bells. My witches' bells are too far away, I'm not going to grab them. So things like witches' bells could be a good option. Or I have here, I'm just going to fish it out, things like this. So this is a pentacle necklace that is charged for protection, and anyone is able to do this. It doesn't have to be a symbol like this. It can be any piece of jewelry. And as long as it stays energized, you're basically carrying around your own form of spiritual protection, which is a good option. Oh, now it's all cold. It's all cold and I can feel it. So yeah, those are all good options. I mean, there's so many different ways out there. I'll have to do like a full video on different kinds of house protection. I think I'm going to have to do that. What suggestions do you have for someone trying to learn about death witchcraft? Books, videos, documentaries, etc. So are we referring to things like necromancy, communing with the dead, connecting with the energies, those kind of things? I'm not sure if it would be good for this. I mean, I'll check. If I can find it, but there was a book called not the Necronomicon, because that's kind of fantasy, it's weird. I will go check if I can find the book that I'm after, and let's see. I'm not sure if I can even find it. Where is it? Nope, I cannot find it. Okay. I tried. I need to organise this space so much more. But there are a few books on the subject. I will try to figure out the books and kind of put them in a decent-ish... I just messed with my hair and now I'm never going to be able to get it back to how it was. Anyway. It was called the Oh my goodness, this is going to bother me. Is it on here? If I can remember the name of the book, I will put it in the chat. If not, does anyone have any books on death witchcraft? I would absolutely love to know, and help give everyone a few more ideas as well. But yeah, if I can find the book name that I'm after, the Nocturnicon. That's the book name that I was after. It's called the Nocturnicon. I'm not sure if it's going to be exactly what you're after, but it has this kind of connection with darker, more death-like interactions with energies and spirits and the like that could be really interesting. I would recommend checking out the blurb and the information on it though, just to make sure that it is actually what you are after. So I just stood up and tried to do all that, and I could have just sat here for a few more minutes and figured out what the name was. Oh dear. How can I keep my amulet or talisman charged? I find that the energy seems to dissipate after just 3 to 5 uses. I want to charge a necklace, but I don't want to do a big thing every time. Link it to something. And I know that I touch on energy batteries all the time. I am writing it into a book. I'm doing something with it. It's just taking a while. And so you're going to want to link that energy to something. So if you know that you really enjoy working with, say, the full moon energy, you might want to do that ritual on the full moon, and you are going to energetically link that item to the full moon. And by this, I mean, I'm going to try and like visualize it in a way. So you're essentially doing is it Bruce Almighty that did this, where he like lassoed the moon and like pulled it close? You're doing that energetically. So when you're doing a working, whilst you are raising all of that energy for that working, you are going to be pulling in that lunar energy from the full moon. You're going to be dragging it, sticking it into your working. So it's like a tendril, like a thread that's linking between the object and the moon. And this thread is not going to be disconnected. So you've linked your working to the power of that particular moon phase. So when you do your working and your ritual, you charge it, you magnify it, you do everything that you want to do. You don't break the connection to the moon. You leave it. So then when the moon goes out of that phase, it will not continue to add energy into that working. But when the moon is back in that phase again, for the entire 3 days that it will be in its full phase, you are charging that item again, and you don't have to do anything to it. It's just there, it's just charging. And that way you can keep it charging for a really long time. It just makes it so much easier to do all of that versus like having to constantly keep renewing those same things again. How do you know if your offering has been accepted by a deity? I mean, you don't entirely, but generally speaking, you'll know often by how something is responding. So if you've given an offering of alcohol, for instance, or tea or water, you'll often find that a lot of it has gone, compared to maybe on different occasions where you left an offering that was different and barely any of it went. You might find that candle flames, for no apparent reason, will be burning really high, really hot. You might find that your incense burns just twice as fast as it would normally burn, and you don't really understand why. You might find that candle flames are dancing and that smoke is swirling. You might feel a sense of otherworldliness while you're within that space, especially when that offering is being given. Food offerings will often dry out, shrink a lot quicker than they would normally. Now, of course, it's important to remember that that could be something in the environment. That could be that you've got a window open. That could be that it's warmer than normal. I'm talking about if everything else is the same and the only thing that's changed is this offering, that's when it might be a sign of someone really thoroughly accepting that offering that you've given. I'm working on some body positivity and would like to incorporate some form of witchcraft or maybe a crystal or jar. Any thoughts or recommendations? Oh, okay. First thing that comes to mind, not sure if you're an artsy person, but body positivity, I immediately think of creating beautiful art, even if it's not beautiful, even if it's just scruffy as all hell, it doesn't really matter, that represents beauty to you. It could be an illustration of yourself and how your body looks. It could be an illustration of other people and how your character that you've created looks and how beautiful their body is. And paint it in watercolor with moon water added in there. Lots of people do art magic in this way. They'll use moon water or other forms of water as a way of really adding all of that stuff in there to make a magical, lovely thing. And then that way you're kind of making that form that you've created magic. You are giving it power and energy, and you're kind of giving your love to it so it can give its love back to you again. I think that's a really beautiful way of doing that. So that is off the top of my head. The first thing that came to me was like, yes, let's make some beautiful, beautiful art that represents beautiful people and beautiful bodies with some beautiful moon water. That sounds great. Absolutely great. I love to do that. I need to do this. I need to get my paintbrushes out and do some really, really bad watercolors. I'm not good at watercolors. Of all the things that I am good at, watercolors is not one of them. About this is a newer question, but it relates to the one I just answered, is about energy batteries. I don't understand what you mean by leave a link to the moon. Don't break it. How and when would I break it anyway? Well, the thing is, when you're connecting energy to something, you don't want to leave that link there if it's attached to you. Because what's going to happen is you charge an item with your energy. That item is then going to be using that energy. So if you leave that link, all it's going to do is drain you more and more and more and more and more. That's not a good thing to do. It's the reason why people say that if you have a remote control with batteries in it, if you're not going to use it, take the batteries out of it. Because if the batteries are always in, you're always going to be draining power out of them. So if you leave a link of yourself into a spell or ritual, you are going to get drained so quickly. And this is why people often think that spells are failing, that witchcraft isn't for them because they're exhausted and they're tired and they don't want to do anything and they're lethargic and there's no other reason for it. It's probably because you left yourself linked to a working that has been and gone, and you are constantly draining your energy into something that you don't need to be draining your energy into. So usually in spellwork and ritual, you'll be charging with that energy. So you're going to have this pool of energy that you are working with. You're going to put the amount in that you want, and then you cut it off. And then that energy that you've put into that working is what you're working with. And at the end of that working, you might want to release that energy out into the world. You might want to burn that candle, drop that circle, so that energy can then manifest what it is that you want to manifest. The danger is that if you don't drop that connection, what you want to manifest is just going to be pulling energy out of you, and you are just going to be exhausted. And this is why people will say that after spellwork and ritual, they can barely lift their arms. They're just so tired. They're just hungry and thirsty, and they don't know why. It's usually because of this. Now, when we're using other energies like solar energies, like plant energies, tree energies, crystal energies, we don't need to disconnect those because it's not going to be negatively impacting my energy source. And this crystal is self-replenishing. The energy is going to constantly be replenishing. The solar and lunar energies are constantly in their cycle of rising and setting, full moon, waxing moon, as it goes round. They're always replenishing. And so you can leave a link to that full moon energy and it's not going to deplete the moon's energy. But if you leave your energy linked into something, it will. And that's when it becomes a bit of a problem. And this is also one that's related, and then I'll go back up to where I was. By leaving yourself in a ritual, do you mean a tag lock? No, I mean your energy. So you are connecting, you are like tying your energy. So you're like pulling your energy out of you, adding it into your spell and ritual. If you don't break that connection, you are causing problems in the future. So like a tag lock is just a representation. That's all it is. It's a link to you because it looks like you. So it's something that represents you. So you can use it to represent someone else in a ritual, or someone else can use a tag lock of you to represent you in a ritual. But that tag lock itself isn't draining energy out of you. It has a small amount of your energy within it. This might be because you owned that item, or it's something that you wrote, or it's a photograph of you. It contains almost a fragment of your energy. And so people can use it to represent you within spellwork and ritual. But when I say like an energetic link when you're doing spellwork and ritual, I mean like you are literally pulling your energy out and you are putting it into a working. And that's what I mean, Eddie, is that it is draining massively when you're linking your energy into something. If you don't break that connection, you are just going to be out. You're going to be so tired. Your energy is just going to be so depleted and so drained. And that's when you start having problems with spirit interactions, spirit encounters, because they know that you are then more open and susceptible because you don't have the energy to do any of those protections. So that was a little bit complicated. I hope that made even a semblance of sense, because it might not have. We'll see. We'll see if that helped even just one person. Then hopefully that's all right. Okay, here we go. So, what are the possible dangers or side effects of binding someone to stop them from a toxic behavior? So, there aren't too many, no really more than any other form of magic that is aimed at a person. So, there are many different ways of going about doing your spells and rituals. When you target a person rather than an object, a situation, an emotion, for instance, you might find that you set yourself up for a few more problems. So the first one is that that person might have their own energy that's going to protect them. They might have their own ancestors, spirits, angels, spirit guides, familiars. It depends on whether this person is a very spiritual person. Are they a magical practitioner? Are they not? Regardless, they might still have their protective spirits that are going to be offering them protection. And ultimately, when you are targeting a person, regardless of whether it's positive or negative, I know a lot of people like to say that positive magic is fine no matter what it is, but ultimately, if it targets a person, you have the potential of that working, not sticking, or it could bounce backwards. Now, when it comes to binding, I'm going to go on the assumption, as most people typically do, that this really is usually a last resort. And this is something that is usually for the greater good of said person, whether they are unintentionally harming their friends, their family members, even themselves with their actions. It's often done as a last resort. And I know a lot of people will decide to shame people for doing these kind of workings, but oftentimes people don't have much choice when they get to this point. So just make sure that you are fully thinking it through, and then make sure that what you're doing, you are trying to mitigate the amount of interactions that you can have with other spirits and interactions that you can have with guides and ancestors. And especially if it is for someone's own good, try to make that clear within that working, just so that the spirits know that, you're really trying and you understand that if this working isn't accepted, but here is the reason why I'm doing it. And then you might find that you have less of that rejection or that bounce back of that working. Okay, where was I? Okay, I think I was about here. Oh, I think I was here. Okay. Somewhere around here anyway. How's TikTok going? I'm not on there. I tried TikTok for like a few weeks, and then I just realized that I don't like the platform, so I just came off it. So now I post all of my like TikTok videos on Instagram. So if you want more witchcraft content, feel free to follow me on Instagram. I post reels and stuff on Instagram. The name is in my description box on like all of my videos. So yeah, I gave up on TikTok. I don't like the platform. It kind of hurts my brain. There's just so much on the screen all of the time. There's like writing that's moving, and there's a bunch of buttons up one side, and there's like loads of work. It kind of hurts my brain. I find Instagram Reels to just be way more streamlined, and they don't hurt my head so much. So we're sticking with Instagram, at least for now. Oh, can we use artificial flowers in a love spell? So it's a tricky one, and it's going to depend on why you're using what you're using. It really doesn't matter what that working is for or what that plant is. The most important thing is that you are using it in a way that makes sense. So if you are wanting to incorporate a rose into that working and you want the energy and the essence of that plant, then using a fake version of that plant is not something that I would personally recommend, mostly because you aren't connecting with the energy of that plant because you're not holding a plant. You're more likely than not going to be holding plastic, which could actually negatively impact that plant if plastic is a particular problem in that location where it grows or in the species that you are interacting with. So if you're wanting to connect with the energy of a plant and add that into the working, I wouldn't use plastic or really any synthetic version of that plant. But if you are wanting to use it simply as a representation, a focal point for that working, an idea of something that you want to manifest, so you're not connecting with the energy of a plant, but instead you're having that single rose, that single fake rose as a representation of love to you. And you want to manifest that into your life. You want to attract the right person to you. That rose might be a really powerful symbol. And so if you're using it as a symbol, then you can use a fake plant and a fake item, whatever it might be. But if you want to connect with the energy of that plant, that's when it gets a little bit harder to do when you're not using the real plant. So as with everything, it's just about context and like how you're planning on using it. Ooh, my favorite book on sea magic. I live at the beach and started practicing recently. Do I have a favorite book on sea magic? I'll be honest, I don't really like that many books on sea witchcraft. Like, I don't know, I just don't like them that much. It depends, because most books on sea witchcraft are really, really basic. So one book, if you are just kind of getting started in sea witchcraft, is Traditional Witchcraft from the Seashore or Traditional Witchcraft of the Seashore. I'm not sure which wording it is, but it's Traditional Witchcraft something the Seashore. That's about traditional witchcraft, obviously, and it's a more beginner book when it's associated with sea witchcraft, but that could be a good one. You also have water magic. Now, I think it's the Llewellyn, wow, I said that weird, didn't I? The Llewellyn Element series, they have a book on water magic. And obviously that doesn't just cover sea witchcraft, but it covers water in general, which I thought was really interesting. And that's information from all around the world, whereas Traditional Witchcraft of the Seashore is more about English traditional witchcraft. So that might not be for everyone, obviously, depending on what you want to work with. But yeah, those were two pretty good books. If you want something a little bit more adept, those two books aren't the best. They're more for that like starting steps into it, but you might find that they have references and other books might be recommended when you look up those books that might be a little bit more advanced if that's what you're after. This is one that I'm just going to touch on really briefly, most because I've answered this question many times. I know this question has been asked multiple times already, but are you sure shifting is really astral projection? It is, and I've never said that it is. Personally, in my experience, I don't consider shifting to be astral projection. It's not the same thing. One is like extended visualization. It was referred to as shifting about 10 years ago, I think. And now it's just been referred to as shifting. Astral projection is the entering into an alternate state of consciousness and then separating your astral or spiritual body from your physical form to traverse the spiritual planes. So this can be visiting places in this world spiritually, or visiting the astral plane where you're interacting with other practitioners, you are seeing things that are happening in the world around you while you are astral projecting, and those things are still true even when you're back in your body again. So you might astral project to your friend's house, see what they're watching on TV, come back to your body again, send them a message, and they'll tell you exactly what you already saw them watching on TV. Shifting is more like visualization with flair. So I've seen a lot of people say that they shifted to Hogwarts or to Narnia or to different places, but it's more like visualization in a way that feels incredibly real. And it has another name, and I forget what that other name is. I'm going to have to try and... Is it called maladaptive daydreaming? Is that what it's called? And when I was learning all about all of this stuff, it was called shifting, and I think that was maladaptive shifting. I think that's what it's called. Please don't quote me on it if I'm wrong. But a lot of people consider astral projection and shifting to be the same. Personally, I don't, and I'm not sure if that's because I've experienced both and they're very, very different. Let me just check this. I'm just gonna maladaptive daydreaming. Okay, it's not called maladaptive daydreaming, but it's kind of like that experience where like daydreaming is so real that it feels like you're really there. I hope that that makes sense. So, yeah, I don't know. And maybe it is maladapt. I don't know. I don't know what it's called, but I've got some people saying yes, that's what it is. But yeah, I because I've experienced kind of intense daydreams and visualizations for, you know, journeying, those kind of things, and astral projection, chalk and cheese. If you've experienced them both, in my experience, they were very different experiences. I think though it's going to depend on where someone draws the line, because you might find that there are people who think that what they're doing is shifting, but they're actually astral projecting. And I suppose the big difference here is that shifting is an internal event. These experiences are happening within your own mind, within your own subconscious sometimes. Astral projection is happening external to you, and the things that you are experiencing are not things that you are creating, because they're happening regardless of you. You are just observing them from a different perspective. So for instance, when I was a child, I would astral project and I would go and watch TV. Whatever my parents are watching, I would go and watch TV. And then the next day, I could join in on conversations about what they were watching on TV, even though I'd been asleep for hours and hours and hours, because what I was watching and experiencing was happening regardless of whether or not I was there. I think that's the difference kind of between them. So yeah, it's an interesting one, and I get questions on almost every single live stream, and it's something that I've tried looking into, but then you end up on a whole bunch of TikTok videos, and then you go down a rabbit hole, and I don't think I have the strength to go down a rabbit hole on TikTok, honestly. You end up in some weird, strange places when you go down a rabbit hole on TikTok. Oh, okay, this is a good one. This is related to one of my previous videos. And that was, if I remember correctly, in one of your videos, you showed/said that you bought a protection wash to wash windows with. How do you use it? Do you just wash them and that's all, or is there something else that you do? So what I will do is, for anyone wondering, it's from Sons of Asgard. They have a whole bunch, but it's the protective window cleaner. I love it. I use it all the time. I use it on like everything. Probably shouldn't, but I just do. And I will energize it whilst I'm shaking it, because you've got to combine all of that good stuff in there. And I'll shake it up while charging it with my energy, and then I will use it as I would a standard window cleaner. And it just adds that extra bit of energy and protection, especially if I'm feeling a little bit lazy and maybe I don't need any super strong protections, but I just want to add just a little bit more. I also find it useful in bedrooms as well. If I'm finding I'm having a little bit of trouble energetically, maybe, you know, something's not quite feeling right, I'll use it as kind of a cleanse/protective agent, kind of all in one. Especially on windows, I find that can be really useful, especially bedroom windows, because it's notorious for people to have problems with bedroom windows and spirits and mirrors in bedrooms sometimes. Not all the time, but sometimes. So yeah, that's a potential good option, and I'm sure there's lots of different ones out there. I just got one at Sons of Asgard because I was in Glastonbury, and that's where I got it from. Ooh, starting a little late, but yeah, I made it. Oh, I'm glad you made it. Doing a handfasting soon. Haven't been able to find much suggestions about them, any good references or tips. So, I am going to see, actually, I know someone who does handfastings, and I just want to see if they have any information on handfastings. Yeah, okay, so this is the website. This is Kat Treadwell. If you've never read any of Kat Treadwell's work, if you've never heard them speak, phenomenal. They are a druid, and they do handfasting. So I've put it in the chat, and hopefully that will be of some use for anyone who is interested in what handfastings are and the kind of things that go into them from their perspective, because obviously they are a druid priest. So yeah, hopefully that will be useful to anyone who is interested in any of that stuff, because handfastings are beautiful. I love a good handfasting. Like, they're so romantic and it's so ceremonial, and oh, I love a good handfasting. I love watching videos of people have handfastings. I don't even have to know them. Like, if they post their handfasting on YouTube, you know I'm gonna watch it because they're just so cute. Okay, I went off on a tangent there, but let's figure out where I was. What books are you currently reading? Okay, so I have a few. I say I have a few. What I actually mean is I started about 5. I gave up reading a few of them. I have not really read that much. The one I'm really dedicated to reading right now is called The Witch's Cabinet by Corinne Boyer. So far, it's possibly my favourite in the entire set that Corinne Boyer has done. I do enjoy Corinne's work. There are a few bits in it that I really struggle with, but that's because I'm dyslexic. But the book itself, it's phenomenal. So I'm currently reading that. I'm also reading the first novel by Ryan Kerr. I really hope that I'm saying that right. I really hope that that's right. I'm terrible with names. And I forget what the book is actually called. Let me watch this book not actually be. Yeah, it is. It's Ryan Kerr. I knew it was. The book that I'm currently trying to work my way through is called Sage, Smoke and Fire. And it's a fiction book written by someone very knowledgeable in witchcraft, and it contains like a bunch of like references in it, and it's really cool. I have not gotten as far through that as I want to, though, because I have just been so distracted. I'm currently, well, I say I'm not doing much. I'm not very good at decorating, but I'm not really doing anything, as mentioned, decorating my living room. So basically everything I own is strewn about, and it's not the most relaxing place to sit and read. So I've not really been reading any books recently, but I'll get there. I will get round to finishing them, and then I'll let you know my full opinion on it. Most critical take on a book everyone loves, and I'm answering this one before I go back up again because it was on books. Most critical take on a book everyone loves. Oh, I said it in one of the last live streams, and I'll say it again. There is a very particular book that, when you read it, screams, I don't consider trans people a part of communities, and I don't like it. But when you look at the reviews for it, everyone's like, oh my god, this book changed my life. I'm like, how? Like, if you know the book, you know the book. I'm not going to name the book, but I've read it and I don't get it. Like, I read it and it makes me uncomfortable because they're excluding trans people and I don't like that. So, yes, I have delegated the decorating to my dad. Damn right I have, Phil. I'm not a decorator. I'm terrible at it. I would get stuff everywhere. Oh my goodness, I didn't see any of these. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much, Eureka. I really, really appreciate it. And I hope that you are enjoying the stream. And thank you so much, Kelly. It's a really good book, isn't it? The Witch's Cabinet is really underrated by Corinne Boyer. A lot of people will pick on like The Witching Tree, for instance, or Under the Bramble Arch, and they'll be like, this is the best book. Yeah, I would argue that The Witch's Cabinet is the best book. It's so interesting. Like, there's just so many anecdotes in there, and I'm reading it and I'm like taking notes as I'm reading it, and that like is not something that I usually do, but it's really, really good. It's really, really good. So if you have the chance to read that book, give it a go. I mean, if you're interested in the more like witchy, unusual, like funeral plants and the more alternative uses for plants like herbs, plants like rose, where normally they're seen as like all positive and uplifting, but there's lots of more malicious or slightly darker, more macabre ways of using these plants. It's really fascinating. Okay, I know it's going to jump. I know I'm gonna hope that I'm about here. So, are the Fae really so dangerous and scary? They can be. And that's the thing with everything, isn't it? It's assume the worst, hope for the best, and that way you're going to keep yourself safe. what a lot of people make the mistake of doing, I see it time and time and time again, is that they treat spirits like humans. Spirits, unless they have been human, so unless they're ghosts, so spirits of humans who have passed over after death, unless a spirit is a ghost, they are not human. And so they aren't going to conform to human society. They're not going to understand our terminology. They're not going to understand sarcasm or the things that we say or the things that we do. So like shaking hands with a fae is not going to mean anything to them because they aren't human. And a lot of people do what humans do, and they assume that everything that they encounter is going to be equal. They're going to be the same as them. They're going to understand them in the same way. And I mean, we see it with people interacting with people. You know, if you're talking to someone who doesn't speak English, for instance, speaking English louder and slower is not going to make someone understand what you're saying. The same applies to spirits. So you can't interact with them in the same way as you can humans. And so a lot of people will make faux pas within fae tradition and culture and how they do things, and they'll get themselves in trouble because of that. So just make sure that you come at it from a very respectful point of view, and try to how do I word this? Try to listen to what people say about the fae without allowing it to really scare you. So yes, saying thank you to a fae isn't necessarily the best idea. And that's not because all fae are going to take it to mean you are in my debt now, which is what a lot of fae will take it to be. When you say thank you, that is often taken as a sign that you as the person are now in the fae, in their debt, essentially. You're in the fae's debt. But in some cases, it will be taken that way. In other cases, the fae might just go, okay, that's great, cool. If you take a gift from a member of the fae, that doesn't necessarily mean that you owe them something, because it's going to depend on the individual that you're working with, and also the type of fae that you're interacting with as well. So just how with people, different people in different countries with different languages and different traditions are going to have different things meaning different things. Not everyone is going to have the same stance on everything that happens in the world. So the fae can be very scary. They can give attachments, they can give nightmares, they can make your life hell, basically. But they can also do a lot of positive things as well. So I know I kind of went off on one on this. I apologize for that. But yeah, they can be really scary and negative and dangerous. They can also be really lovely. So take what you hear, take it on board, but try not to let it scare you too much. Take like the characteristics of all of the things that you're seeing and just keep them in your mind when you're interacting with the fae, and you should pretty much stay safe as long as you know kind of how to protect yourself against the fae if anything does happen. And also offerings to give. That's another good one. If you can give an offering that they like, that's a good appease right there. So if you do piss off a member of the fae, giving a suitable offering is a good alternative. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily use it every single time. Instead, I'd learn and adapt so that you don't piss them off. But things like milk, sweet things, so milk and sugar, honey on bread is a really good one as well. These things, I forgot to set my phone to silent. All of these things can be really useful as offerings, as kind of a last ditch attempt to appease the situation. I'm a hedge witch from North Carolina. Would you ever consider a collab with a practitioner from across the pond? I mean, of course, yeah, I'm open, scared, but open to collaborating with lots of different people and interacting with lots of different people. That's cool too. I'll be honest, I'm not a very social person. You might think that these like live streams are me being super social. On my end, I am talking to myself for 4 hours straight. I'm talking to myself. I'm really bad at social interactions, and they kind of scare me. So like, it's one of them where I'm not opposed to collabing with other people, but it also terrifies me. So I usually don't. oops. Like, I'll occasionally get messages of people being like, hey, would you like to come on my podcast? And inside I'm like, oh my God, yes, I would love to. And then I realize that involves interacting with other people. I don't like that. I think I need to be brave. I got a message from someone who's so lovely, and if they are watching this, I'm sure they will know. And they have an amazing like Halloween podcast. And I saw the message and I panicked inside. I was like, oh my God, that sounds amazing. Oh, social interaction. Oh no. And I haven't responded to them yet, and I need to. So maybe this is my push to respond, because like they seem really lovely and that seems really cool, but I'm also terrified. And this is what goes through in my brain every time I get a message like this. So if you ever have sent me a message and I've kind of started a conversation with you and then I disappear off the face of the earth, I promise it's not I'm not trying to purposefully be rude. I just tend to be like, socializing. And then I put the phone down and I don't pick it up for 2 weeks. So, oops. I'm not very good at social interactions. Can I carve my own wand out of wood? If so, what wood would you recommend? I don't want to use just any craft wood or branches from outside in the yard if I can help it. Well, I mean, if anything, branches from in the yard are probably the best way to go. There's no one... Wait, did I say that you could carve a wand out of wood? If I didn't, you can. You can carve your own wand, yeah. And it's actually probably a good idea to do so. A lot of people will use I think it's called a lathe, where you spin the wood really quickly and then you can carve out a wand. Or you can do it by hand. A lot of people will do it via whittling. Is that what it's called? Whittling? I think that's what it's called. And you can really use any wood. A wood that you connect with really strongly is usually a good one. A tree that you have worked with long term. And then a lot of people will use fallen branches. And as long as that wood is solid, it's not rotten, and as long as it's dry, you are able to carve a wand out of it. And if anything, that's probably the best way of doing it, because that is fallen wood. You are not damaging that tree in order to gain that wood. And you also know what it is that you're working with. The one thing I will say, though, before you choose just any kind of wood, is to make sure that you do some research on that wood. So, for instance, elder is considered a very sacred tree to a lot of people. A lot of people refuse to burn the wood. They consider the elder mother to be a figure of great... what is the word I'm after? Words, respect. They respect her, is what I'm trying to say. And so they wouldn't use elder wood unless they got the permission of the elder tree. And a lot of people will not feel comfortable working with something like blackthorn or hawthorn, for instance, because of its associations with spirits of the dead and also spirits such as the fair folk, and they might not want to work with that. So just make sure that you do your research on the type of wood that branch has come from, but then really you can go wild with it. And yes, words are hard. I feel like, does anyone else watch Evan and Caitlin? If you don't watch Evan and Caitlin, you should. But they have t-shirts that say, words are hard. And I feel that every day. Words are hard. Would you say it's okay to burn wood art into Elder? That's, it's a difficult one, because once again, it's going to depend on how you connect with that tree, whether you get permission of that tree. A lot of people will not burn Elder full stop. In my practice, I won't burn Elder. It's just one of those things that I have always been taught to not do, and I don't really want to break that anytime soon. So I personally don't pyrography or wood burn into Elder, but it's going to be personal. It's going to depend on how you connect to that tree, the kind of interactions that you have, and then decide whether you feel comfortable or not with that. Reverence. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's exactly the word that I was after. Gone. Have you read Forbidden Mysteries of Fairy Witchcraft by Storm Fairwolf? I know I'm at the bottom. I'm going to go back up again in a minute. I got distracted. Have you read Forbidden Mysteries of Fairy Witchcraft by Storm Fairwolf? Do you recommend it? The answer is yes and no. And I want to a little kind of expansion on that. The book itself is a little bit deceiving in its title. So if I'm remembering this correctly, it was a great book. It's just not about fairy witchcraft. It's about the fairy tradition, which is the tradition that Storm Fairwolf is a part of. It's the fairy witchcraft tradition, as in F-E-R-R. I have a tape measure. I don't know why someone said that so loud outside. I don't know why someone said that very loud, but there we go. So yeah, it's the title makes it seem like it's about fairy witchcraft. I read it and I spent the entire book thoroughly confused. And then I got to the end of the book and I did a bit of research and it says the fairy tradition. Actually, I will scrap that. I will get the book. I will get it so you can see it. This is the book. Okay. So it's this one. Now it's a great book, right? This Storm Fairwolf. It's a great book. It's just not. It's just not about fairies. So, the book says, whether your demons are ancient spirits or demons of your own making, you must confront them in order to reclaim the power they have stolen. Guiding you through enchantments, demonic rituals, divine possession, necromancy, and occult maleficium, this book helps you cultivate and explore your forsaken shadows. When you peer behind the veil of comfort and face your most powerful fears, you can truly begin to refine and strengthen your own magical will. In Forbidden Mysteries of Fairy Witchcraft, you will learn how to summon primal underworld goddesses of the elemental powers, walk the bone road and help trapped spirits cross over, become a worthy vessel for divine possession, perform as an oracle, speaking the wisdom of the gods on earth, cast and break curses, the dark art of offensive magic. The powerful techniques of the fairy tradition of witchcraft await. Through these rituals, you will glimpse the secret inner workings of nature herself and open the doorway to unimagined sources of energy. And I read that after I bought the book, and I was, I'm really confused because like not a single bit of that talks about the fair folk, right? I can't just be missing that, and then when I looked up a little bit more about the author, I'll actually do it again just so I can, yeah, that's right. And then I'll look up a little bit more about the author, and I'm pretty certain that it's part of the fairy tradition. Let me have a look about. Anyway, if you're wanting a book on witchcraft, I wouldn't recommend this one. It's a good book. It's a good book. I'm not saying that the author's bad or that the book is bad. The book's not bad. The book is actually really good. It's really interesting. Here we go. The fairy tradition, right? Most words. He has studied and been initiated into various streams of practical witchcraft, most notably the fairy tradition. Let's have a look at this. Fairy, often spelt F-E-R-I, is a modern form of American traditional witchcraft derived from the teachings of Victor and Cora Anderson and passed down through their various initiates. A rich and diverse spiritual art, fairy seeks to transform the individual through practices of ritual magic, meditation, and energy work. Fairy draws from various cultures and their magical systems, and continues to integrate the magic and mysteries of ancient and evolving cultures into its rich spiritual tapestry. Fairy is understood and integrated through direct experience. Adherents include dedicated practitioners and persons initiated ritually into its mysteries. And that's what I mean when I say it's not fairy, like the fair folk witchcraft. This is about the fairy tradition, F-E-R-I. So, if you want the fairy tradition, which I didn't know anything about before I got this book, this one is is good. It's good. It is not, however, about fairy witchcraft if you want to work with the fair folk. So, long-winded, but I hope that explains it a little bit more. I'll stick this book on here and hope it doesn't fall off. Okay. Right, I'm going to go back up to where I was again now, because I kind of got a little bit lost. Oh, it's going to jump again. I just know it. Thank you for sharing your wisdom. Did you say smell spirits? That reminds me of my grandma telling me that the soul or spirit smells like roses to her, and now I can smell them around too. So yeah, when it comes to spirits, they do often have a fragrance attached to them, and this very much depends on the type of spirit and also what that person experienced or liked during life. So, for instance, fair folk, in some cases, but not all, will have a very overwhelmingly sweet smell, like you just walked past cotton candy, like very, very sweet. And then you'll often find that some more demonic spirits, but once again, not all, like I'm not going to group every single spirit into a category and say that they have the same smell, but there are a lot of more negative spirits. Often some demons will have a very sulfurous smell, so they'll smell like rotting egg. And then you'll have human spirits who will often smell like something that they smelt like in life. So you might have someone who smoked really, really heavily, and maybe they smoked a certain type of cigar. And then after they've passed over, every so often, even though they've never been in your house and all the windows and doors are closed, you might get a smell of that very particular type of cigar. And that could be your uncle or whoever it might be passing through to just kind of check if you're okay. If your grandmother always wore the same perfume and she wore the same perfume every day for 40 years, you might find that that spirit has that fragrance attached onto them. Some people might be attached onto the smell of a particular flower or something that was in their garden that they loved. Maybe it was their favorite ever flower. You will have a kind of that smell might linger with them in death. So if they loved roses, as is in this instance, you might find that that smell will come through when that particular person passes through your life again. And so you'll often find that these are all kind of linked. And sometimes it's about the type of spirit, sometimes it's about what a person liked. So this is kind of added in here. What about spirits with cigarette smoke odor? Yeah, so the same applies. It's a little harder to differentiate individuals unless there's very different types of cigarette odor. I'm not sure, I don't smoke. But these ones can come through as well. So you may find that if your father, for instance, smoked really heavily, you might find that when he passes through that you get that smell of cigarette smoke that's very familiar to you. So that could be something as well. If demons and fae, bad ones, smell the same, how do you tell the difference? Usually they don't. Regardless of whether or not a fae is malicious or not, they'll usually have that really sickly, sweet smell to them. This is in my experience, obviously. I can't speak for anyone else. But every fae that I've encountered, besides boggarts, though to be fair, they were a bit too far away for me to actually smell them. I don't think I'd want to smell them, actually. That probably wouldn't be nice. Have a very sickly, sweet cotton candy-esque smell. Even if they are more malicious in personality, they'll often still have this smell. And the same can apply for demonic spirits. Even if a demonic spirit isn't that bad, you might find that they still have that kind of sulfurous smell. Sometimes you also get the smell of death. You know, that sickly sweet smell of death that you get. If you haven't smelt it, good. But yeah, it's something that you can have. And if you find that a spirit doesn't have a distinctive smell, or it has one smell, but it might not be the type of spirit that traditionally has that smell, then you would have to go off other social cues, other experiences like behavior, sounds, those kind of things, to determine who it is that you are interacting with. So I'll go back up to where I was again. What is your theory on what shades or shadow people are? How can people banish them? I mean, I don't have any theory, really. No more of a theory than when people say, what's your theory on fish? I'm like, well, they're fish. Like, I don't really have a great theory on them. Shades are shades to me. They are shadow people. They are non-human spirits that exist outside of us and have probably existed long before and will exist long after we are all gone. That sounds kind of macabre, but I hope you know what I mean. Whether you choose to banish them or not, it's important to remember that a lot of the time shades are not there to cause you any harm. They might alarm people because of their appearance. I know shade can look quite scary. They are dark, shadowy figures. They're often really tall. Think Slender Man, but just a shadow. You know, it's kind of that creepy form. But oftentimes, unless they are provoked, a shadow person will exist within your home and your space, and they will be completely passive. They might observe, but nothing more. If you do want to banish, you would do the same as you would any other spirit. There are many different banishing spells from many different traditions and religions. Choose whatever works best for you, but do remember that banishing does not destroy. It simply banishes. It just removes. So you can push someone away, or you can push something away, but that doesn't mean it won't come back again. And it's important to remember as well that some spirits have been around a lot longer than you have, and they've probably lived on that land or in that space before you were even born. And so it's really important that unless you have a particularly negative entity that's causing harm, whether that is distress, whether that is physical harm, whether it's a very disturbing figure, I wouldn't necessarily banish unless there's a really good reason to do it, because one, you might just piss them off, especially if you don't have anything to stop them from coming back in again. And also, you're basically just telling someone to leave who was probably there first. So yeah, banishing can work on almost every spirit. The stronger the spirit, the more intensive the banishing needs to be. But what you pick is going to depend, because obviously in some traditions you have exorcisms, in others you have really strong cleanses. The wording and the language is going to change. So banishings, if you are a Christian witch, are going to be very different than if you are a Hellenic witch, for instance. It's going to be very different. That's why there isn't, say, one set way of banishing. There's so many different ways out there. How is your office renovation going? Hope to see it soon. Oh, it's it's not great. We got the shelves up. You can't walk in the room, mind. You can't get from one side of the room to the other. Yeah, I'll get there. I almost need, and this is going to sound really sad, I almost need a holiday to clean. And then another holiday to relax from cleaning. But I just feel like it's like juggling everything. And by the time I get into that mindset of like, yes, I am going to sort all of this out. I'm going to organize it into piles. I'm going to put it in storage boxes. I'm going to do this. As soon as I do that, something comes up and I have to do something else. So it looks like an absolute disaster. And yeah, we'll see how long that takes, because I started doing the office in July 2021. It's now 2023. Yeah, exactly. A multi-day cleaning holiday is needed. I don't understand how people can just clean and not get distracted by things, to not have to do other things. Like, I wish. But yeah, I just have to kind of stick a podcast on and hope that I can clean without finding anything interesting for the duration of that podcast. Because if I find anything that I forgot existed, I'm gone. I'm sitting and I'm playing with that thing that I found for hours. Like, I literally found a notebook the last time I tried to clean the office, and I ended up on a whole tangent where I was just sifting through the notebook, writing out the information from this old notebook into a new notebook so that I could keep it new. And I'm like, well, why didn't I just keep the old notebook? Because it was already in the old notebook. But yeah, I need to just spend time just cleaning and then have a holiday from cleaning. That would be nice. Oh, was wondering how you would suggest to go about attraction magic with a partner, especially when working to worship a deity. Okay, I might need a little bit of clarity on this one, because there's a lot of like terminology that could be used for something else. So are you trying to attract a partner, or are you trying to attract a deity with a partner? and then I can probably answer it better, because otherwise I might be giving you information on something that is completely unrelated. Oh, here we go. Thank you so much. Is it dangerous to summon an earthbound fairy? Or at least I think it means earth fairy, earthbound fairy. It can be, yes. It's honestly somewhat dangerous to summon any kind of spirit, and that's mostly because they're not going to be very happy with you. I mean, you can just imagine, can't you? You're on your way to work, you're in your daily commute, and then you get lifted out of your vehicle and dumped in some random guy's house. And you're like, what just where am I? And then the person who's doing the summoning is just telling you to do things, and you're like, hang on a minute, I was on my way to work, mate. Like, why am I here? That is what spirits will experience when they are summoned. They're basically like pulled away from whatever they are doing and stuffed into a protective circle, and then they're being told to do things by someone. So all kind of summonings of spirits have the potential to be hazardous, because some spirits are going to take it very lightheartedly. They might be fine with it. You know, they might be like, oh, well, this makes my day more interesting. Fine, give me the information. What do you want? But then there are other people and other spirits, whether human spirits or non-human spirits, who are going to be pissed. And they will try their damnedest to get out of that circle that you have summoned them into, or into that, out of that object that you've summoned them into, whatever it is. They are going to try so hard to get out. And if you don't have the suitable protections up, you can have yourself a real problem, because if they find a weakness in that protective circle that's keeping them contained inside that summoning circle, if you've used a summoning circle, they are going to wreak havoc on you. So yeah, it's not so much that it is inherently a bad idea, but it is considerably more hazardous than, say, just asking if a spirit will come into your space. Because if you ask and they say no, then that's fine. And if you ask and they say yes, then they're allowing themselves into that space, and it's something that they're agreeing to. But when you're summoning, that's a whole other collection of like picking up a spirit and then just dumping it into your space, which they might not appreciate, honestly. I heard somewhere on the internet that everyone can do folk magic, but if they want to do higher magic, then they have to be initiated. What are your thoughts on that? It's true to an extent, and I will elaborate on that. So the same applies both ways, right? So folk magic is usually localized to an area. So folk magic is usually the magic practiced by the people for the people on the land and with the items that the people have access to, right? Folk magic. It's often integrated into place and in spirits and energies and work and all of these things. So you can practice folk magic, but there are many folk magics that are initiatory only, or you need to be from an area in order to practice them. So there are certain traditions that say you're not going to fully understand unless you come from an area where those spirits are, where that landscape is, where those plants are grown. You're not going to understand it. Higher magic is often used as a term to describe ceremonial magic. So it is energy that is usually from external sources. So this could be deities, it could be spirits, it could be angels, it could be planets. You'll often find planetary magic is considered, in its more ritualistic form, to be ceremonial magic. So there are many forms of ceremonial or higher magic that anyone can practice if you are willing to put the effort into learning how to do it. And a lot of people will do higher magic without even realizing what they're doing. They might be more drawn to the ceremonial style traditions, the protective circles, all of the symbols and the representations and the spirit summonings and all that kind of stuff. There are, however, lots of higher magic traditions that are initiatory only, and you will find that they don't give or share their teachings or any of their theology, essentially, with anyone outside of that initiatory group. So it kind of goes both ways, in that there are aspects of each that are accessible to anyone, but there are aspects of each that are also not. And so it's going to very much depend on the aspects that you're after. I mean, I have practiced some higher ceremonial magics. I have friends who specialize in higher magics, but that doesn't mean that they necessarily are ordained into, say, like the Order of the Golden Dawn or something like that, that's more initiatory based. They might practice a variety of high magic, but it isn't this niche, specific type of higher magic that is only within initiatory traditions. Wow, words. Yeah, so ceremonial magic. So Satori, I hope that's how I say your name, says that ceremonial magic just requires more discipline, but you do not need Golden Dawn. All of that predates the orders. Yeah, I mean, pretty much, yeah. So a lot of things, like, I mean, the Golden Dawn really, really popularized higher magic, but the Golden Dawn took information from other pre-existing higher magic traditions, and they just kind of, I tried to make a noise and nothing came out. I just kind of it all into one tradition that became what we know today as arguably one of the most famous higher ceremonial magic initiatory orders that there are. So yeah, it's really interesting. It's an interesting one. It's very variable. There are definitely many traditions out there that are higher that you can't just practice because you're not going to know what you're doing. But yeah, there are others that not so much. What is your favorite incense at the moment? Oh, do I have it in here? I don't have it in here. Oh no. I think it's called Celtic Spirit. I think I could go and get it, but equally that involves moving. I've got a giant box of incense down here, but it's beautiful. I'm gonna have to see if I can find it. If I can find it, I'll try and like post it on Instagram. It's like a green box and it smells amazing. If I can find it, I'll post it on Instagram after I'm done on the live stream. And yeah, it's so good. So I've been loving that. And then also I have been burning a lot of, I'm trying to remember which one it is. I think it's the Brigid incense from Starchild and the Chronos incense from Sons of Asgard. I think that's the way round it is. They're so good, but because it's been in bulk, I've been burning a lot of Brigid incense and it's been lovely. But I did find a little hack for that. Well, it's not so much a hack, I suppose. Lots of people have done this before. But I use an oil warmer to heat up my loose incense. Because my partner does have asthma, I don't like burning a lot of stuff in the house so much anymore. So I have now got into the habit, because I get fed up of cleaning up all of the resin, because when you use resin in a wax melter or an oil warmer, it kind of solidifies into it. So you have to like dig it out and it's really annoying. If you use an old empty tea light holder, you take the wick out and you just put it on the wax melter, you can heat up your resin incense without making a mess. Genius. Not really. It's really obvious for a lot of people. But yeah, that's what I've been doing recently and I've really enjoyed it. And then this question is really related, and that is, what's the main purpose of incense apart from smelling nice? Oftentimes you can use it as an offering. So for instance, I have Brigid, Chronos, and Ceridwen incense that I will use as offerings to my deities. You can also use incense as an offering to spirits and ancestors that you are working with, as well as familiars and servitors. You can also use it to associate into your spellwork and ritual. So if you are doing some kind of abundance spell, you might want to use some chamomile incense or something like that to kind of add that energy into that working. So yeah, those are all different ways that you can do them. There's obviously far more than just that, but those are some of the most commonly used reasons for burning incense. Wow. Words are really hard for me tonight, apparently. I live in a metal narrowboat. Do you think that will stop fae and spirits from visiting? This is a really interesting one, actually, and there's kind of a twofold answer to this, and it depends on whether spirits like water or not. So the fact that you're in a metal narrowboat is not going to change how spirits will interact with you. They're not going to impact you any less. But a lot of people and a lot of mythologies will say that spirits don't like running water. We've all heard of Dracula not wanting to cross running water, and this applies to other spirits as well, including black shucks often don't like crossing water. Some do, but a lot of them are known to dissipate when an individual that they are pursuing is near or around water. They will dissipate when that person steps into that water or crosses a stream. You'll often have the idea that you can dispel witchcraft and magic by crossing a body of water like a stream or like a river. And so by passing yourself through the water, it acts as a dispersion of any spirits or any energies. So ultimately, it comes down to whether the spirits that are going to interact with you are comfortable with water or not. And obviously there are some spirits that are, such as water elementals, water fae, and also things like merfolk and the like. They're going to be really comfortable with water. But a lot of spirits maybe wouldn't be, so you might find that you are going to get different spirits than maybe someone would on land, which is really cool, actually. Like, you might experience things that other people in the area simply don't experience solely because of where you live. Okay, it jumped really bad, so I'm going to have to go back and figure out where on earth I was. It jumped so bad. So, oh no. Oh. I think I might have lost quite a few questions, but I'm gonna keep going as fast as I can, and hopefully we won't lose any more. I'm really sorry if I've lost any of them. Unfortunately, like, the chats get so big. I love it. I love the fact that there's so many of you chatting. I absolutely love it. But the chat's now so fast and so big that it jumps so often. Like, YouTube just doesn't like holding on to that many chats. So I'm going to try and go fairly quickly once I find a question. And then hopefully we can get back to it again. Where was I? Where is the question? When you receive or purchase a second-hand divination item, do you feel compelled to cleanse it, or do you allow it to retain its current personality and energy? Personally, I like to keep it as it is, unless it is particularly disruptive and negative. But if that's the case, then more likely than not, that spirit is very attached, or that energy is very attached to that deck. And so I feel bad, like, that's its home. So I will often keep decks, even if I don't like their personality or the spirits that are attached to them. I will keep them regardless, because that's the spirit's home. Other times I would simply continue using that deck. So I have decks that have spirits attached to them, that have energy attached to them. I'm pretty okay with them until they become disruptive, and then I will just keep them on a shelf and just don't use them, generally speaking. Okay, here we go. Can you use a love spell on someone? Is it really appropriate to force someone to like you because of your own ego boost? And do love spells truly work? So this is kind of a multifaceted answer. The first one is that a love spell can be many different things. I think people, especially on social media, really push the idea that a love spell means one thing, and that is forcing someone to love you. When the reality is, love spells can be so many different things. They can be a group ritual for a polyamorous family. That can fall into a love spell if it's designed to help strengthen the bonds between individuals. It can be a love spell for someone to love themselves a little bit more. It can be a love spell to have a stronger platonic connection and platonic love to one of their friends. It can be a love spell to strengthen the love among a family, or a couple, for instance, working together to amplify the love that they have among themselves. It's a love spell to help reach out to new people who could be good potential partners for you. It's a love spell to potentially make yourself more desirable or attractive to attract the right people in. It's also a love spell to force someone else to care about you. And so when people say, oh, love spells are bad, I think it's really important to remember that not all love spells are equal. Not all love spells are the same thing. And I see a lot of people on TikTok and on Instagram and lots of other social media platforms, especially Facebook and TikTok, weirdly. People on Facebook are like aggressive, saying that like every single love spell is awful and you should never do them, but they forget that love spells can include so many things. So a love spell can be cast on someone else. So they can be in many ways. So a love spell can be to attract a person into you. So it could be like, you would like these characteristics in a person. And so you are pulling in a person like this. You aren't necessarily targeting an individual, but you are wanting to form a connection with someone like this, as in like a personality or an energy that you can connect with. You can do a love spell that targets a specific person, but only to get them to first interact with you. And anything after that point is completely organic. You can also get love spells where they're designed to override someone else's free will. But I will say it's important to remember that love spells can only go so far if there's nothing for that spell to pull on. So the best way I can describe it is it's like weaving a web. So casting a spell is working on a web, and everything is interconnected. And when you do your spells, you are pulling strands of that web to gain attention to spirits or to people, and you're pulling people together and you're connecting people together through spellwork and ritual. But if you're targeting a person with a love spell, for instance, that has no connections, there's nothing linking that person into the individual that's doing that spell, they can do as many spells as they want. They can ripple that web as much as they want. But if there's nothing linking to the target of that love spell, it's not going to do anything. And that's why people every single day cast love spells on celebrities and nothing happens. That celebrity doesn't know who you are. You don't know that celebrity. You have no connections to that celebrity. And so nothing's going to come of it, because you can cast as many spells into that web, but there's no way of pulling those strands if there is no connection there. So it's a difficult one. What you choose to do with spellwork and ritual is entirely personal, and I am not going to tell anyone that they can and cannot do a certain type of spell. It also remembers on how, I don't know how to describe it, but I completely lost my train of thought then. Oh yeah, it also depends on your tradition. That's where I was going. There are many traditions who have, or that have, love spells and dominating styles of magic as an integral part of their cultural tradition and heritage. It is not on someone else to say that they can't do that. So I think it's important to just weigh it up yourself. You know, weigh up the pros and cons, what you feel comfortable with, what you don't, and yeah, just see how that goes, because everyone's going to have a different sliding scale of what they feel comfortable with. Some people are going to be fine with love spells, other people aren't. And it's going to depend on your culture, your tradition, your background, how happy you are in that circumstance and how comfortable you are. People can cast love spells on themselves. Yeah, they can. Yeah. So sometimes this is the idea of amplifying how you feel about yourself. You know, the idea that if you care about yourself, you are less willing to accept someone who doesn't. You know, you are then going to maybe raise who it is that you are after. You are after someone who cares about you as much as you care about you. And of course, this is going to be different for everyone, but a lot of people will do love spells to improve how they perceive themselves. You know, there are things that maybe we negatively focus on in our own bodies or in our own features that we don't need to negatively focus on and that are truly beautiful. Like, just because society tells you something isn't desirable, that doesn't mean it's not desirable. That means that society is a very, very narrow idea of what is good and what is bad. Just because you fit outside of what is considered like aesthetically beautiful doesn't mean you're not beautiful. And so love spells are a great way of amplifying those positive feelings in yourself, and they can really help alongside therapies or alongside other self-love, self-healing approaches to really improve the way you perceive yourself in your own mind. Well, yeah, that's the other problem as well, as several people have mentioned. People are highly critical of love spells, but they don't perceive other spells as being the same, when a lot of them can have crossover of negatively impacting and in some cases dominating other people's free will, and they aren't considered to be as bad as a love spell. I'm not really sure why love spells are given the same, why love spells are put on this like extreme pedestal and they're not given the same treatment as everything else, because everything has the ability to be good and bad. Everything is a sliding scale. It's so variable. So yeah, see, this is the thing. I hope that's right, is that it's fine, and I'm completely fine if individuals don't want to do a domination type of spell in their own practice. That's a personal choice, right? But I don't understand, and I see it on Facebook a lot, and it's why Facebook kind of scares me, is that people will say, well, I refuse to do a love spell, therefore it's bad and no one should do them. I'm like, but you don't get to dictate what that is to someone else. You don't get to tell someone that they are not allowed a part of their cultural heritage, tradition, magical practice just because you don't like it. I don't get it. It annoys me. Lots of things annoy me, I'll be honest. But that one annoys me because love spells are put in this like evil category. And I don't think that people should put this one thing in a category. Yeah, like job spells can be just as damaging as love spells if they are done in a certain way. Every kind of spell does, every spell can. Even protection spells have the potential to have a negative twist on them if you do them a certain way. If you are inadvertently shielding yourself by putting someone else in the firing line, is that not just as harmful as taking a job off someone else who deserves it more, or pulling someone towards you that wouldn't normally be in your path? Like, all spells have the potential to be more negative, and that's why with all kind of spells it's good to like lay out the pros and cons. Really think about the threads that you are pulling before you start pulling them. I said I was going to go quickly, and then I just went off on a tangent for like 10 minutes. I'm sorry. I go down the rabbit hole in these streams like too often. Do you know any good books on Bruhera? Unfortunately, I don't. It's not something I've ever really looked into. If anyone does have any good books on I think it's pronounced Bruhera. I'm so sorry if it isn't. And if anyone practices this style of practice themselves, let us know. What do you recommend as resources for someone who is wanting to learn more about it? Let us all know, because I don't know. Ooh, do you think there is a difference between using a living plant or dried parts of a plant? I'm always concerned that dried plants lack some of the same potency as living. There is definitely something to be said about dried versus living, and I think that there is a difference. Mostly because with dried plants, you are connecting to the energy of a plant. Like, you're connecting to that collective energy of, say, rose or lemon balm. And you are using the energy and the correspondences of that plant energy. But what you can't necessarily connect with is that living energy from a plant, like a living, growing plant. It's different. And so you can use both in your magical practice. And ideally, I'd say that use both if you have access to it. So use dried rose petals, but also see if you can find a rose plant that you can connect with on a one-on-one basis. And that way you can have kind of that both. You can have that connection with both. I knew I forgot a word. You can have that deep connection with both. Yeah, I know. I can't pronounce anything. I'm awful. You should see me try and pronounce place names. I'm not good at it. You can have that connection with both the rose plant and also with the dried energy of that plant as well. So there is a difference. it's not necessarily something I'd say is going to negatively impact your practice. It's just something that you might want to look into. I mean, in my experience, working with dried versus living feels very different. You might get the same result, but it's just got a different vibe to it. I'm not sure. Living plants just have something special about them. I mean, probably the fact that they're living, that might have something to do with it. I remember you saying that you worked with Poseidon at some point. What was your experience like, if you're comfortable sharing? It was very minimal, honestly. I did one working with Poseidon because it was a deity that reached out for that particular working. It wasn't so much that that the deity was reaching out to me specifically for like a long-term connection. It was more I put it out there that this is the working that I wanted to do, and Poseidon kind of came back and was like, okay, I'll help with this. And the spell worked great. It was so good, really, really high energy, super good, loved it. But that was the only time I ever worked with that deity, because it really was a one and done. Like, I want to help with this working. I will help you achieve what you want to achieve. And that's it. And that was it. And that was the only working that I ever did. And then I didn't work any further with deities until I found Bridget and Ceridwen in like 2014, 15? 16, 14, 15, 16. I don't remember. One of them anyway. So yeah, it was good. I'd say if anyone does work with him, I hope you have great recommendations. I just read the word recommendations and I just said it. Does anyone else do that? I hope you have great experiences with him, because that working was phenomenal, but I've never worked with him again since. Now, where was I? I was about here. Oh, the Way of the Water Priestess for water magic. I'm going to have to set that one aside because I want to read that one. I can't keep doing this though. I just said like an hour ago that I was not going to get any more books. How do I start working with dragons and dragon magic? Now, this one is definitely something that I would recommend asking a specific dragon magic practitioner. I do have a book that I've partially read called Dancing with Dragons by DJ Conway, or Conway? Not sure. And that's pretty good. I'm not saying it's the best of the best because I personally don't work with dragons, but I would recommend checking out someone like Azura Dragonfeather, because they often work with dragons. I'm not sure if they're still active on YouTube, but I do know that their channel is still up and they do have some previous videos about working with dragons. So that could be a good option if you are wanting some videos on the subject. And they also probably recommend some books as well, so you could always check that out. Where was I? I think it was somewhere around here. Was I? Oh, here we go. What's the difference between House Witchcraft, like an Aaron Murphy Hiscock's book, versus Hearth Witchcraft? So, okay, best. This is going to come across so bad. Okay, if you're looking for a book on Hearth Witchcraft, please don't buy House Witch. It's not a great book. It's very basic, very, very basic. And if you're only just getting started with witchcraft, like literally only just getting started with witchcraft, then you could find something useful in there. But if you are a beginner and beyond, I don't think you will get much use out of that. The main difference is that a cottage witch, which is now often known as a house witch because of that book, is someone who works in the home for the people within the home, which has a lot of crossover to Hearth Witchcraft. Now, one of the main differences is that Hearth Witchcraft is a term that was coined by Anna No. That is the actress. Anna... Oh, I can just get the book. I'll just get the book and then you'll know the book that I'm referring to. Let's see, where is it? What if I can't find the book now? What after all that, I can't find the book? Oh, this is one of them. One. What? I cannot find the author's name. She is called... Anna Franklin. Yeah, so this is another book by Anna Franklin. So Anna Franklin coined the term Hearth Witch in her book Hearth Witch. And a Hearth Witch is someone who often connects with deities of the hearth, such as, in my case, Bridget. They'll often commonly work with fire elements, fire elementals, spirits of the home and hearth. They'll also work with any kind of fiery energies. They may well conduct a lot of fire rituals, fire ceremonies, cauldron magic, hearth magic, those kind of things. The House Witch, as in, like this, wow, that's really blown out. This one is House Witch by Aaron Murphy Hiscock, primarily focuses, and I'll actually read a section. In The House Witch, you'll explore the energies of hearth and home and learn how you can create a spiritual haven for yourself and your loved ones in today's busy world. This guide also contains ritual suggestions, recipes for sacred foods, directions for mixing blends and potions, and more. Where you find shelter and nourishment is an important part of who you are. Embrace the world of the House Witch and discover what the power of the home has in store for you. So, house witchcraft and cottage witchcraft is more about how someone will practice witchcraft in their own home to nourish their own environment, to develop and grow their own home space and practice magic from within it. Hearth witchcraft is more about all of that, but with the addition of that fiery hearth energy. They'll often work with hearth deities or fire deities and the like. There's some crossover between them, but they aren't exactly the same thing, especially when you start getting into the whole sorting a house a certain way and organizing things a certain way and doing that kind of stuff. That kind of falls into more of a just kind of a general house witch thing, because there's things in this book that I don't know. There's always been a difference to me. This book is new-ish to me versus the Hearth Witch by Anna Franklin. If you're going to read any of them and you're interested, read Hearth Witch by Anna Franklin. It is absolutely amazing. If you have access to this book and you don't have access to any other book, then this one's not bad. It's fine. It's just not enough for me. Like it was just very, yeah, I don't know. It kind of is about hearth. I feel like I'm going backwards and forwards a lot on this book. There are like sections in this book, like here, that are about hearthcraft, but the book kind of isn't on that. I don't know, it's confusing. I'll have to read it again and then give like a full review. I apologize for that being all over the place, but there is kind of a slight difference in that a lot of cottage/house witches don't necessarily work with hearth deities like Bridget, among many others, like Hestia, Bridget. You can be a house witch and even a hearth witch without necessarily working with hearth deities, but it is more commonplace for a hearth witch to be working with hearth deities and to be working with that fiery aspect of the practice. That was a tangent I did not need to go on, I know. Oh dear. Wait, where was I? I actually don't know where I was. I was here somewhere. It kind of jumped again, and I don't know where I was. So this one is kind of similar to something I went off on a tangent on earlier, and that is, I saw in one of your videos that you use loose incense on an oil burner. How do you do it? Do you add water to the incense? No. How long will it smell? I tried it, but without success. So it depends on whether you have resin or not in it. I don't add oil. Oil or water, but I definitely don't add water to any of it. I don't need it. So I simply use, was it an electric oil warmer? It doesn't really matter. Well, I mean, it does matter, but you don't have to answer me. So I use one with a candle. And all of the incense blends that I use have resin in them. So they're going to respond to that heat. And then they kind of mix in with all of the dry herbs and they release all of that fragrance. I don't add any water into any of them because all that's going to do is just make a whole lot of steam and steam up your house. And that's probably not what you want. I just put it in a old like empty tea light holder. I'll just take the wick out, put the tea, well, it's got to be burned first, obviously. But then you take the remains of the wick out and then you put the resin and the incense in that. And then I put that on top of a candle oil warmer or a wax melt warmer. And it works really well for me. I think it's going to probably depend on the type of warmer that you're using and the type of incense that you're using as well. Do you put down your protections around your house before you start cleansing so you do not capture those things that you're trying to banish? Personally, I don't. And I think it's mostly because of how I do my protections. So my protections are designed. Essentially, it's written into them that things cannot enter, but things can leave. And that way I don't have to drop any of my protections ever, because if I want to remove something, I can just remove something and it will just go straight through that protection and outside again. But if it tries to get back in again, it just cannot get back in again. And so that way I never have to drop my protections. If you have protections up though that stop it from going both ways, then you would need to probably create a door or an entryway that you can open to allow everything out, and then you can seal it again. A little bit like how you would if you cast an energetic circle. If you need to leave again, then you slice a hole in it, create a doorway, exit, and then come back in again, and then seal it back up again. And that way you still maintain the integrity of that circle, but it means that you can come and go freely. So that could be a good option as well. But yeah, if you can make your protections so that they are like, kind of like one-way mirrors. You can see out and you can get out, but you can't see in and you can't get in again. Do you have any tips or books on glamour magic? I actually don't. So if anyone has any great books for glamour magic, please let me know, or let everyone know. I suppose the main tip I would say is don't hope for too much to start off with. You know, start small, work up. If you don't want to work with the Fae anymore, or if you'd like to work with a different entity in general, how do you let them know politely? Essentially, give an offering. Say that you appreciate the work that you've done with them and that you've really enjoyed working with them, but at the moment you are not planning, or you are not wanting to continue working with them. Just be nice. You know, just be nice. Give an offering, maybe a big one. And yeah, hopefully, I mean, if you've had some good interactions with particular members of the Fae, for instance, then it could be something that they're quite happy and understanding of. Of course, it's going to depend on individuals, but yeah. Nice, understanding, gentle offering is usually a good way to go about it, especially with the Fae. Right, where was I? Okay, that was the one about fairy witchcraft. So I was around here. Oh my goodness, you have an amazing name. John the Vegan Womble. I did not notice your name, but your name is awesome. And I've probably said that before if I've seen the name before in a previous stream, because that's like amazing. Do you think you'll ever have a series about the Fae? Yes. I am just bringing myself to reread every single book on the Fae that I've already read, because I was doing a book review, like an entire book video on the Fae. I wrote down all of my notes and then I lost them all. So now I have to reread every single one of the books on the Fae and write all my notes on them again. So I'm currently in the process of doing that and hoping that this time I don't lose them. To be fair, last time I wrote them all on a piece of paper, which I shouldn't do because it's not good. I lose them. So this time I'm doing it properly. I'm writing it digitally so I can't lose them. The book, Curses, Hexes and Crossing by S. Connolly. What's your opinion on it? I have partially read it, haven't read all of it, so I can't really give a full evaluation, but so far, it's pretty good. I mean, it's about as good as any book on Curses, Hexes and Crossings can be, but I will finish reading it and then I will do another book review. It'll end up being in a quarterly book breakdown, and then I'll probably do a more intensive review on my Patreon, because that's where I'm putting like the more intensive reviews. Oh my goodness, the stream just scared the living daylights out of me. It just said, no data. I'm like, that's not good. There's meant to be data. There's meant to be lots of data. But yeah, I think it was just having a moment. I hope it doesn't have another moment. But we will have to see. We'll have to see. Hopefully that's still fine. Here we go. How can you tell if you're being possessed by an entity? So this is actually really interesting, and if anyone is watching 28 Days Haunted on Netflix, as I am, we do kind of see this happening. Now, regardless of whether you think these shows are fake or not, we do see a representation of this happening in the show, and it is actually fairly good in terms of how it may appear from the outside. Now, it's hard to kind of understand it happening when you are experiencing it yourself, because what will usually happen is that you'll have personality changes and lifestyle changes that are very unusual for that person. Now, it's important to get everything checked out. Lifestyle changes, personality changes especially, can be caused by a lot of medical conditions, so it's important to rule that out first. But if you do have someone who has got a clean bill of health, or they do not have anything that is going to cause this kind of thing, and they've had increasingly negative spirit activity over several weeks, even months, and then they start experiencing these changes, that could be a sign. So it could be eating food that they have never eaten before. So it could be, for instance, a vegan suddenly eating meat and having no connection with how they ate before. It could be someone whose times for waking up and going to sleep are very different and there's no other reason for it. Their voice might start changing. They might start speaking differently. And by differently, I mean using different language, using a language that they don't know, and also speaking in a very different tone. So whether that is how the voice sounds or how everything is worded, they might start changing in that regard. You might notice posture changing, and they might not recognize people, or they might respond to people that they recognize differently than they normally would. Lots of these things cross over with other things. So I think it's really important to make sure that both mental and physical health is where it needs to be, because I'm sure many of you will have noticed a lot of these things are oftentimes associated with other physical and mental ailments as well. So it really is a case of these are like adding up, and there is no other known cause for it to happen. And it will gradually get progressively worse. And usually the person who's experiencing it won't know anything about it. They usually just don't know anything that's happening. They don't think anything is different, or they don't care if anything is different, which is another not so great thing as well. But I'll be honest, usually it doesn't happen. Like, when people talk about like demonic possession or spirit possession and those kind of things, people have a tendency to think that it's this really commonplace thing. It isn't. In most cases, you're not going to experience this kind of thing in your entire magical practice. It usually only happens if you've been around a particular spirit, your energy has been depleted, they've been wearing away at you for months, sometimes even years, and they find a way past your protections, and then they start impacting you personally in like a direct way. So yeah, it's an interesting subject, not one that I'd say you need to be too concerned with, though, unless you are going to be spending large amounts of time around spirits. Are your spells or rituals in English, Latin, or both? Neither. Well, they're in English, but they're not in Latin or both, because this applies to all languages. Do your spells and rituals in whatever language you understand the most. Whichever language you connect with most fully is going to be the one that you have most success with, because you can say all the words that you want, and unless you're part of a tradition or you're doing a spell or ritual that requires certain language, so for instance, certain higher magic rituals and ceremonies will require you to speak in Latin, and it is usually done in connection with specific demons that you're wanting to summon forth and all that kind of stuff. Unless you're doing a spell like that requires Latin for a set reason, or that requires any language for a set reason, do your spell in the language that you feel most comfortable with, that you have most understanding with, because that way you're going to know what you're saying. Unless it's for a ritualistic, higher magic, ceremonial, spirit-based reason, if you don't know what you're saying, there's no point in saying it, because you don't really know what you're saying. And it can get tricky, because especially with things like Latin, a slight change, actually really any language, not just Latin, a slight change in pronunciation can make one word become something completely different. And you might find that it even voids your spell if you are not knowing what you're saying. You might be saying something that completely contradicts what you want, and then you're kind of throwing all that energy off. Could a bear skull found in the woods be a gift from the Fae? I'll be honest, I think that a bear skull found in the woods is more likely to be a bear skull found in the woods. I mean, maybe that could just be me being like super cynical with these things, but for me, a gift from any spirit has to be obvious. You know, like it has to be so obvious. It is something that is completely unrelated to that area, found in a space that no one else would be able to access. Like, it has to be that to me. Like, if you live in an area that has bears, or that has people hunting regardless of whether they're bears, you know, whatever it is that they're hunting, if you're in a space that has a wild animal, I don't think that finding said wild animal's skeletal remains in a forest or a woodland is going to be a gift from anything. Some people would call it a gift because they like collecting these things, or they might find it interesting, but I don't think it's going to be a gift from a fae because, well, they're not really giving it to you, you're just finding it. You're just stumbling upon it in the woods. Right, where was I? I was about here. Oh, here we go. So you can also have compound ones. This is really interesting, actually, where the handle of one is joined to the shaft of another. Know your woods before you do this, so that they don't cancel each other out. That's really interesting, and I've never thought of doing that, but that goes into like the wand idea, that you can like combine multiple woods that have similar but different properties so that you can kind of amplify the energy of a wand. That's really interesting. I've collected some rainwater and I want to know what I can use it for. So cleansing rituals, water magic, connecting with water elements and elementals. You can use it for removal of items, such as like creating a sigil for removing things and allowing it to dissolve and wash away. If it's clean, you can use it in bath magic. Yeah, there's quite a few different options. I'd say though that it's probably better if you can to have a plan before you collect it, solely because you'll find that you'll probably only be able to use it and it be fresh for about 3 days if it's kept in the fridge. After that point, it's slowly going to start going stale and stagnant, and then you can still use it. You're just going to want to maybe use it in slightly different ways. How often do you go live? My first time here and it's been so helpful. Oh, I'm so glad. I go live every month, usually the Wednesday after the 15th, but I'll typically post it a few days beforehand on YouTube. Any tips on collecting snow for snow magic and whether the moon phase affects it? The moon phase can definitely magnify it. So if you would like... Okay, so for me, I consider snow to be really insulating. It deadens sound. It keeps everything weirdly warm, given the fact that snow is typically quite cold. And so if I wanted to insulate a person that I really care about, and I want to allow them to grow and be nurtured inside this insulated layer, I would collect snow on a waxing or towards the full moon. And that way you get that kind of insulating growth, that the idea that like buds are just below the surface of the snow, just waiting to come out, and they're all protected and safe. So like you can go that way. You can also go the other way and collect snow on a waning or a dark moon, and then have it be that cold, icy, undesirable, banishing aspect of snow as well. So you really can swing almost everything both ways, or really anything in between, depending on when you collect it. And that's why, although you might not necessarily directly work with the moon, it can indirectly impact your spells and rituals, which I think is really cool. Is there any way to know if whatever is answering, like when you do spellwork or divination, is what it claims to be? This is why energy sensing is really useful. If you can sense the energy, you'll usually get a gut feeling at minimum as to what it is that you're working with and whether it's something that you are going to feel comfortable working with or not. You'll get that feeling of like, oh, all the hairs on my body are standing on end. That's not a good sign. Or you'll get a really relaxed, calm feeling. And then also another way of doing it is to ask a question that only that spirit is going to know if it's someone that you're directly trying to contact, because that way you're going to have more chance of figuring out who it is that you're interacting with and whether or not it's who you were expecting. I have a feeling it's going to jump in a minute. Oh no. Oh dear. It's not like you have to brace yourself for it. Oh, not particularly witchcraft related, but do you have any book recommendations on British history / Arthurian legend? I really want to learn about it, but I'm a bit lost because of the many books available. Yeah, I completely get that, mostly because, I mean, the Arthurian legends are just like one tiny fragment of history and legends. So this one is one that I actually picked up recently. Oh, if I can reach it. It's like very carefully. It's massive. So brace yourself for that. But this is called Myths and Legends of the British Isles. And it reads as follows. I'll just read a little bit anyway. The British Isles have a long tradition of tales of gods, heroes, and marvels, hinting at the mythology once as relevant to the races which settled the island as the Greek and Roman gods were to the classical world. The tales drawn together in this book from a wide range of medieval sources span the centuries from the dawn of Christianity to the age of the... I can't say that word. Plantagenets. Plantagenets. I hope that's right. So like tales of the British Arthur, and followed by legends of later heroes including Harold, Hereward, and Godiva. These figures and many others were part of familiar national mythology on which Shakespeare drew. That was a very cut and pasted attempt at it, but it has like cute pictures. Well, they're not kind of cute pictures, but they're like interesting pictures of like dragons and things, and I think it's cool. I think this one's cool. I got it secondhand. I'm hoping that you'd still be able to get it, But this is an interesting one. I'm not necessarily going to say that this is the best one that you can get. This is a really deep one. There are many, many others that vary from, you know, quite mild books on the subject to more intensive books on the subject. So yeah, it depends. I mean, you could literally find books on the Arthurian legends alone, and they're like this big. So there's a lot out there that you can look into from different centuries. Oh, and there we go, it jumped. I knew it was going to jump at some point. Knew it was coming. I don't know what the music that's going on in my brain right now is. It's some strange things. Do you know of any people long ago who bonded with animals? Running with wolves, be like wolf, etc. I have to say I don't know. I'm not sure if anyone else knows any information on things like that. I know that there are many different traditions that involved wearing animal skins and behaving in a way to align themselves with an aspect of that animal that they wanted to personify in their life. But I don't know really of much beyond that. I'll be honest, I don't even really know much about that. I just know that little tiny bit. Ooh, I'm from Mexico. In terms of wanting to travel to other realms, between the Path of the Hedge Witch and a broom at midnight, which would you say is better? Ooh, I'm going to have to try and remember a broom at midnight a little bit better. Is it here? This light is so bright, I can not even see my bookcase. Of the two of them, if I'm remembering correctly, I might not be, so please correct me if I'm wrong. The broom at midnight, in my mind, was a little bit more complex and maybe a little bit more history focused than the Path of the Hedge Witch. So, I mean, both good, unsure what's best. It really depends on your style of reading and practice, I suppose. It's a tricky one. Whether either of them are going to aid in astral projection is kind of a different one, because you might want to start, I suppose maybe the way to do it is start looking into astral projection, try doing some meditations to achieve astral projection, see how you feel doing that, take notes, and then decide whether you want something more like a hedge riding approach, where you are maybe more traveling to the astral to commune with spirits, or whether you want more of an astral travel where maybe you are still remaining in this plane and you are like observing, like remote viewing, rather than traveling out of this plane. I don't know, both good. They're just kind of different styles of the same thing, just written differently. Which, yeah, no shit, that's what all books are. Oh, I'm not doing very well at this tonight, am I? Have you heard of the Modern Mystery School? I actually haven't, so let's have a look at what this is. The Modern Mystery School, Advanced Spiritual Training. I mean, it looks interesting. Can't say I know enough about it to be able to have any great revelations on the subject. About. Who are we? Let's have a look. I'm curious. I'm really curious now. I've never heard of this. I can't believe I've never heard of this. I think I'm going to have to look more into that. Okay, never mind. I know I'm definitely going to have to look more into that to be able to have any kind of additional information. Have you considered doing a full video on servitors and thought forms? I have, but I'm also writing an entire chapter on it. So I'm constantly trying to weigh things up because I'm like, I really want content for this piece of work that I'm currently working on. I don't want to give all of the content in a video because then there's no point in writing the content in this piece of work that I'm working on. So I have to kind of weigh it up. So maybe in the future there will be a video on the subject, a more detailed video on the subject. What's your favorite divination deck at the moment? It is probably, I can't remember what it was called. That bodes well, doesn't it? It's a deck that I got from Glastonbury the last time I was there, and it's a playing card deck that has been transformed into a divination deck. So it's kind of a mix of playing cards in the style and then tarot in the artwork. So you still have a card that represents the tower or justice or strength, but they aren't in the layout of a tarot deck, which I really enjoy. And so that's the deck I've been using the most recently. Unfortunately, I am terrible with names, and so I don't remember what the deck was called. Oh no! It's in there somewhere. I don't know what the deck is called. If anyone can remember what that deck is called, if you have it yourself, let me know. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. I didn't notice a spirited dragonfly. Oh, you have a beautiful name. Trying to connect with my Irish heritage. Any Celtic or Irish folk witch or other books that you would recommend? I am going to have to look that up. I'm as aforementioned, I'm not very good on words, memory, anything like that. I'm not good at it. So we're going to have a look and see which books I've read. So here we go. So this is one that I have read. It was pretty good. I will have to reread it again and do another review on it. But it was called Irish Witchcraft from an Irish Witch by Laura O'Brien. Irish Witchcraft from an Irish Witch is a delightful mixture of academia and accessibility. A book that explores witchcraft in Ireland, how it was, is, and will be. It succeeds where many books have failed, fulfilling the longing for real Irish witchcraft while crafting the delicate balance between learning from the past and weaving a modern system based on truth and respect. And that one I remember being really interesting. It covers the witch's place in Irish mythology, witchcraft, magic, and the customs associated with the Sidhe, as well as historical evidence of the witch trials swept across Ireland and of Ireland through the ages, working with Irish gods and goddesses, landscapes and energies, examining the wheel of the year with its festival cycles and seasons within Irish culture, looking at ritual progression throughout a witch's life, as well as providing alternatives to traditional stages of a child's life in modern Irish culture. That one I thought was really interesting. There are many others out there that kind of branch out from that, but that is one that I've read that I did really enjoy. So I'm going to have to reread that again to be able to do a full review on it. But yeah, that one was interesting. Let's see, where was I? Oh, do you have any plans to do more MBS or such like shows in the future? Yes, so I have 4 booked this coming year that I will post on my Instagram when I'm going to be where and what the shows are and whatnot. But yeah, just 4 as far as I'm aware so far this year. Mostly this year is focusing on this, YouTube, maintaining what I'm doing here, and writing. That is my plan for this year. But yeah, I do have 4, but that's it. Which will be good. It'll be good to get out and meet people again and see everyone, and it'll be nice. I keep telling myself that because honestly, people, interaction, social. Oh no. Interacting with other people. Would you consider Imbolg a season? I was ill for the 2nd of February and still want to celebrate with torches around the land. Personally, I consider all of the Sabbats to be seasons, essentially, because that is what they are. I mean, that's what the celebrations were for. They were an honouring of or a celebration during that season. So for me, Imbolg is still happening right now. The snowdrops are still outside. The daffodils are fighting their way up. It's going to go cold in England in the next 2 weeks, and it might even snow again. Like, for me, Imbolg is still thoroughly present. And until we start seeing the lambs appearing and new life really starting to kick in, then I don't necessarily consider it yet to be Ostara. Because for me, it's a seasonal thing and it's based on the harvest year. At least in England, it's based on the harvest year. Of course, in other places, it's not going to line up quite as well. My left and my rights are confused again. So, like, for me, I consider them all a season. So Samhain to me runs from kind of like the start of October through to really the end of November for me is Samhain, and then Yule really runs, for me anyway, from like the end of December through to the end of January, and then kind of goes on from there. So yeah, feel free to celebrate. If you want to celebrate. Like, witches will celebrate anything. I mean, we'll celebrate the Sabbats, we'll celebrate the full moons, we'll celebrate the dark moons, we'll celebrate everything. Right? If you can have a celebration, have a celebration. At least that's what it seems to be in a lot of witches' covens anyway. What does a banshee mean? I saw it in my sleeping room. So a banshee is, as people have already said, a banshee is an Irish spirit. And there's a few kind of different ideas behind this. Some people consider a banshee to be a lot like a black shuck in a way. They are sometimes seen as protective symbols, but other times they're seen as a spirit that tells someone that they're going to die, or tells someone that someone they know is going to die. And so they're often seen like interconnected with the black shuck. Sometimes it's regional differences, sometimes it's country differences. So, I mean, they're interesting. Interesting. I just love learning about all kind of spirits, though. They're just really cool. I'm trying to figure out where I was again. Here we go. As a witch, do you believe that it's necessary to cast a circle or compass to work effective magic or to protect yourself? No, not at all. Like, the thing is a circle and a compass are typically designed to do two very different things. And you might want one, but not the other. Sometimes you might want to lay a compass. Other times you might want to cast a circle. Sometimes you might want neither. I mean, it really does entirely depend on the festival, on the ritual that you're going to be doing. This is the downside of reading the chat whilst I'm trying to talk. So, for instance, I will rarely use circles in my practice or laying of compasses because I have protections up in my home, and so I like to keep my space nice and protected. A circle is usually cast to contain energy. So you essentially have a border or a bubble around your spell or ritual that contains that energy. Not only does it contain that energy so you can build it up, magnify it, you can release it all in one go when that circle is dropped, but it stops any energies or spirits from interfering. So it stops external factors from influencing the energy of that spell, which can be incredibly useful. But if you are planning on working with spirits that are already within your home, and you have protections up, you aren't necessarily going to need that protective aspect, and that protective aspect might actually hinder your spell and ritual because it might stop those spirits from interacting with you. But also, you're not necessarily in all situations going to need to contain that energy, and so sometimes a magic circle just isn't required. The laying of a compass creates liminal space. It literally opens, essentially, an energetic connection between different realms of existence and allows for really powerful spirit work and spell work. It is, super charged spell work and ritual. But if you are not wanting to work with spirits and make that spiritual connection, then laying a compass might not be suitable for that particular ritual or that particular practitioner. And if you are wanting to lay a compass in a space that has protections to stop spirits coming into it, then opening up essentially a giant spirit compass in the middle of your living room floor and allowing really spirits to come and go freely, as well as energies to come and go freely, you might be voiding your protections. So it's one of those where different people are going to want different things. If I want a highly spirit-charged, energy-charged ritual, then oh damn, lay a compass, because wow, they are phenomenal. If you want more protection, you're doing a working in a space that you don't know, there might be other spirits and energies around, then cast a circle, keep yourself safe. But if you don't need either of those, don't feel that you have to do them if you don't need to. Because really they're additions to your magical practice. They are great tools and they're great techniques, but they aren't a requirement necessarily. What is a compass? Oh, I keep forgetting that not everyone is going to necessarily know what a compass is. So in many different forms of traditional witchcraft, you have what's known as the laying of the compass, or the treading of the mill is also often accompanied into it, but they are slightly different things. So a compass is essentially a connecting point that links everything together. So a circle is essentially a bubble of energy that surrounds you. It's protective, so that you are staying safe. You're staying inside, nothing can get to you. Your energy is also staying inside and it can't get out. The laying of a compass connects all directions together. So it connects the 4 cardinal directions as well as up and down. So you're going up into higher realms, down into lower realms. It's essentially a geometric, multifaceted link between different realms of existence and different spirits. So it's like a supercharger for spells and rituals. So it ends up looking like a 6-pointed like cube thing, because you have the 4 prongs going out to the 4 cardinal directions, 1 up, 1 down. And essentially you link it all together. So it's way easier to connect with spirits, it's way easier to connect with elementals, to fair folk, to ancestors, to anything that you want to connect with. That does also mean, though, that those energies can come and go so freely. And so you might find that that just isn't suitable for your working. Like if you want some supercharged shit, then compass is great. But they can be intense. You know, if you want a protection spell for your house, maybe opening a compass in your living room, like laying a compass out in your living room, isn't going to be the best. So there's a few books that cover this. Not many cover it in massive detail. You have, should I try and find some? I don't know. We have, it's on this, well, it was on that chair and now it's gone. So you have Besom, Broom and Stang, or Besom, Stang and Sword, that's what it's called. Besom, Stang and Sword covers it, but I will actually go and grab a few other books while I'm at it so that we can get into this. Let's have a look. So we have this one I think covers it. Let's have a look. This one and this one. This one, perhaps. I'm just destroying my bookshelf. I'm gonna have no books on this by the end. This one and any others. So let's have a look through some of these. So Keldon's book, what was that one called? The Crooked Path by Keldon. That covers laying a compass. Not massively, but it does. Let's have a look. What have we got here? We've got treading the mill, workings in traditional witchcraft. Yeah, hallowing the... So this book refers to it as hallowing the compass. So you have like different terms for it, but it appears to be in this one as well, but I will just check. So laying the compass appears in traditional witchcraft, commonly traditional witchcraft of the British Isles, and also the clan... is it called the Clan of Tubal Cain? Which is found in America. Oh, thank you so much, Kelly. And Kelly also says The Witch Compass by Ian Chambers. I'm actually going to copy that and save it because that's one book on this subject I don't have, and now I want it. Wait, do I not have that? I'm sure I've got that book. Anyway, if I don't have it, I will get it because I want to check that out. But I will check this one. Yeah, so this one actually has a lot in it. So this is Treading the Mill by Nigel G. Pearson. Most of you know I love Nigel G. Pearson's work. Phenomenal. But Chapter 1 is all about hallowing the compass. That is from pages 18 to 41, including examples as well as opening, dismissing, honouring directions and everything like that. So that has it in. That is a book on a different subject. Let's have a look at this one. This is Craft of the Wise, but I'm not sure if this will have it in. Let's check. Ooh, cold. No. Okay, that one doesn't have it in. What about this one? I'm pretty certain that this one does. This is Besom, Stang, and Sword. Let's have a look at the chapters. I'm sure that this one does have it in. I'm sure it does. Ah, there it is. Yes. Oh, book is about to fall on the floor and I just lost my page. It did have one. I swear it did. It did. I saw it and I lost it. But anyway, this book also has it in as well. So Besom, Stang, and Sword. So that's at least 3 books that have it in. So you've got Keldon, The Crooked Path. You have Treading the Mill by Nigel G. Pearson. And you have Besom, Stang, and Sword. I will say that Keldon, The Crooked Path, and also Nigel G. Pearson, Treading the Mill are more about... that's how you spell it, by the way. Are more about British traditional witchcraft, whereas this one is more about American, like North American traditional witchcraft. So it's a different adaptation. You think Psychic Witch has got it too? I'll grab Psychic Witch and then we'll check, because if it does, then I'll add that into the list as well. Let's see. Psychic Witch is here. Oh, let's have a look. Do it. Oh, it does have a glossary. I love a book that's got a glossary. Oh, I do love a book that's got a glossary. Okay, where is it? Laurie Cabot, Lower Self, Liminal, T, Trance, 3 Cauldrons, 3 Souls, True Will, Magic Circle, Manifestation. Maybe it'll be under Magic Circle. That covers a lot of different pages. Let's have a look. So we've got Calling the Quarters, Attuning to the Element. I'm just going to flick through really quick and let's just see. If anyone knows if it is in it, doesn't every book have a glossary? No. Sadly not. I wish it did. A lot of books don't have a glossary to them at all. Oh, books on the Witchfather. Books on the Witchfather would be pretty much anything by Gemma Gary has a huge focus on it. If I grab this, I'm just pulling books out of everywhere. This book is Traditional Witchcraft, A Cornish Book of Ways by Gemma Gary. And this one also has, look at that, I just opened it to that page. I'm not that good. I tagged the page, I promise. But this has a section on the Witch's Compass as well, which is laying of a ritual compass. So it looks a bit like this. And then this has a section on the Witchfather as well. Let's see how big that section is. The Book of Dark and Fair, page 76. So yeah, here we go. We have an entire section on like the Buka and the who is often considered to be the witch father in most cases. So those two are good as well. And I'm running out of places to put books. So yeah, anyway. The Black Toad and the Devil's Dozen. Basically anything by Gemma Gary will have something about the witch father. Yes. So many good options. I'm going to have to do, if anyone's interested, a video on traditional witchcraft books, because I have a lot. It's actually kind of an embarrassing collection at this point. Like, every time I see a book on it, I'm like, I need. So you are the book lady. I am getting to the point where I am a book lady. You know, some people are cat ladies. I'd love to be a cat lady, but I'm allergic to cats, so I can't. I'm slowly becoming a book lady. But yeah, I'm surprised actually not that many books have glossaries. Like when I look at, like this one has a great glossary. Like look at that. Oh, got beautiful index and bibliography. Oh my goodness, it's beautiful. But a lot of books don't have it. They're like, oh, you wanted to look for a word? Oh, sorry, can't. There's no glossary or index or anything. Okay, right, I'll go back to where I was in the stream. Don't know how I've ended up with that song. I've had that song in my head all week. No idea where it came from. It's probably come from like a specific Instagram video or like TikTok video that's been reposted on Instagram that's had it on, and I just can't get it out of my head. Da, 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 da. Do, 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 do. Da, 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 da. Okay, where I was. Any deities you work with that give charming vibes. I'm not really sure what you mean by charming vibes, but one that I find to be very charming is Keranos. Honestly, like, wild, yes, but also a gentleman. Got to say, really sweet and charming and nice. I really love working with Keranos. Did I say Keridwen the first time? I meant Keranos. I'm not sure what I said, but I meant Keranos. Ooh, so Nikki's asking, do you have any recommendations for looking into Dutch folk magic? I'm planning to move to the Netherlands and I want to start building a relationship with the spirits and practices now. So let me know, anyone. I personally don't have any books on this, but I would love to know if anyone does have any books on Dutch folk magic or legends, mythology, anything like that. Do you like the new term green witch? I mean, I don't dislike really any term. I think they're all really useful for describing someone's practice to someone else. And I mean, green witch, of all of them, it's fairly simple, isn't it? Like, people who like working with nature and plants and maybe dabbling in a little bit of kitchen magic sometimes. Like, I quite like it. Yeah. What I have a bit of difficulty with is when people tend to use the term to cover many different things. I think then it can get kind of confusing. I have a lot of books on green witchcraft that are how do I describe it? They're kind of it's used as a catch-all for like Wicca and nature magic, and sometimes I think that can be confusing for beginners. Da 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 da. Do 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 do. Da 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 da. I want to honor my ancestors by incorporating my heritage into my craft, but I'm not sure how to do so, and I don't know a lot about my family bloodline. Do you have any suggestions? So I have a video on ancestor altars, which could contain a few things that you can use going forwards in other forms of practice, but one that you might want to look into. Now, some people get a little squeamish about it. It depends on how you feel about skulls. I just made that so high-pitched. I didn't mean to. But especially for people who don't know potentially the names of their ancestors, who their ancestors were, they don't necessarily know anything about them, the skull is a connecting feature that we all have. And so a lot of people will try and reach out to their ancestors via using skulls. And they will do this during meditations, during mind calming techniques, sleep. You can often reach out to your ancestors. Divination, even, by having that skull in front of you and using it as a link to people that you don't know. And that way it could be a great way of starting to build up that connection, you know, reach out down that familial bond and pull on a few strings energetically and see who comes through to you. And this has been done for many, many centuries. I mean, there's plenty of stories going back a few hundred years of people creating talking skulls, which were designed to embody the voice of a dead person or a dead family member. Now, nowadays, these kind of things aren't done, but you can use a skull as a representation, and that ancestor may well come through to you via that object. So that could be a good option, as well as looking at some general kind of heritage and incorporating that in there, because if you know where people came from, you might be able to know the kind of foods that they would have enjoyed, the kind of drinks that they would have liked, the kind of places that they would have visited and seen, and then you can incorporate that into your practice with your ancestors as well. So it's mainly about finding those links and the connections that you can pull on to really form a deeper connection, and then you might find that more information comes through, names, dates of birth, personalities, can start coming through to you as well. I'm trying to figure out where I was again. I think I was about here. Do you have any plans for Ostara? I'm already planning my Ostara altar, and then honestly, it's just about getting outside. I love being outside, but honestly, it's too cold. I don't like the cold. I like the warmth, and I can't cope with this amount of cold being outside for very long. So I'm looking forward to just getting outside and enjoying being in nature again. That'd be absolutely lovely. Do you think that smoking, could that affect any of my workings? It could. Yeah, anything like that offers an altered state of consciousness has the ability to alter your workings, how they manifest, and how you experience them. And some people will include it purposefully, and other people will just experience this because of their casual day-to-day activities. Do you use knot or knitting magic in your practice? I'm especially interested in sailing knots, and I'm wondering if you have some references perhaps. I'm not so much into knitting, but knot magic, definitely. I have one book on knot magic, which, it's here. Oh my goodness. Look at that, front and center. I even put it at the front, which is this one. It's called Witches' Ladders and Other Knot Spells by Sarah Bartlett. And this is one that I have. It's fine. I mean, it doesn't cover a lot of the history, but it does cover a lot of different techniques, which I do find really interesting. So let's have a look. So we've got a knot spell for letting go, which I think is really beautiful. We have a goal charm, which I thought was really cute. This is one of those kind of specialist spell books that I can kind of get behind. I'm not really much for generic spell books, but this kind of a spell book is kind of cute because it contains a lot of things from like divination. Not sure if that's going to focus on like different divination with knots and everything. It doesn't go over a massive amount of history. If you want history, then you're going to have to look probably into witchcraft history in specific areas to be able to find any real true information historically about sailing knots and those kind of things. But this one's really cute, and I got this from the works. Like, this was really affordable for me to get, so it could be an option for anyone who's looking for something fairly affordable that's interesting. Where was I? Let's have a look. Okay, while I'm trying to find another question, I'm going to do this one right at the bottom just because I thought that was interesting. Can you make someone die from spells? No, I don't want to kill someone. I'm just curious. And a lot of people really are. So when it comes to spells, in my opinion, I don't think that anyone can directly do anything like that. However, with everything in life, you pull on the right strings and a ripple happens. So sometimes you might do a spell and inadvertently cause someone harm, but this can happen with anyone and anything in the real world. I mean, a lot of people refer to it as the butterfly effect, and people will use it as a reason to condemn people who practice witchcraft. But the reality is that in whatever aspect of life you're in, if you pull on strings, if you say the right things, do the right things, do a series of events, it causes a ripple effect, right? And so you can never, ever be sure of exactly how anything is going to turn up. And so you'll find that there's nothing direct that's going to do that. Like, you're not going to cast a spell and then someone just like disappears. That's not really how it's going to work. But you may find that there's chain reactions that end up in things that maybe you weren't expecting. And that's a nice way of me putting it so that YouTube doesn't hate me. And YouTube still might hate me for all of that, but we'll see. Da, 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 da. Do you believe that basic animist beliefs are compatible with Wiccan beliefs? Yeah, I mean, a lot of Wiccans are animists anyway. They believe that everything has its own soul and energy. They just refer to things in slightly different ways and have two or sometimes more, or even just one deity, depending on the type of Wicca. Da, 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 da. Do, 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 do. I like this one. I read a joke on ceremonial magic where the demons were confused because they couldn't understand the summoner's Latin. And that's true. I mean, it's one of those where if you're trying to communicate with a spirit in a way that it understands and you are just butchering it, the spirits have got to be there like, yo, mate, can you hear a word of what he's saying? No. Like, it must just be so comical from the other side. You've got this practitioner trying so hard. They're like absolutely desperate to communicate with this demon, and the demons are like, what? Are you okay? You're not like coherent. What? So yeah, I find that idea just so comical somehow. What's your opinion on making spoken spells rhyme? I think that it has its purpose. You know, a lot of the time people make things rhyme so that they're memorable. And especially if you are wanting to repeat something time and time and time again, having that be rhythmic and also, what's the word after rhyming, then it makes it a lot easier for you to remember it whilst also doing other things. So I think it has a purpose. I'm not much for the kind of kiddie rhyming spells that you find in quite a few books where it's very basic and it's not done to help you remember it. It's done to make it sound catchy, but it definitely does have a purpose, and many people use it, including myself sometimes, when we need something to help us remember what it is that we're meant to be saying, and having that rhyme helps, because even if you forget the word, you just kind of have to backpedal and kind of find whatever word rhymes with it, and then you'll be good. Da, 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 da. Ooh. My bestie and I summoned a demon, and her voice changed a bit, and she said she saw a demon-like figure in the form of a nun hiding in the corner. Wait, what? Turns out it like... I'm a little confused by this one. So there's a few different ways this one can go. I'm going to be really honest. You might not like it. The idea that a nun is going to be a demon comes from horror movies. And so it may well be that your friend was trying to scare you. And that might not be the answer that you're looking for. But it's rare. Let's put it that way. It's rare for someone to see a physical manifestation of a demon, and not only for it to be a light or a smell or anything else, but for it to be a full body apparition that matches a horror movie is unusual. Let's put it that way. It's incredibly unusual. To me, this sounds like your friend was trying to freak you out. And it probably worked. Now, you can have voices change with spirit interactions. This is usually called an overlay. And this is where a spirit will overlay themselves onto a person so that they can better be perceived by other people within that group. It happens quite a lot with mediums. You'll find that to you, their face might change slightly. It's not that their face is actually changing, it's that their face is appearing to change to you. Or you'll find that voices will change, accents will change, these kind of things as a spirit overlays another person. But this usually happens mostly with people who are very sensitive to spirits. This is why it commonly happens with mediums and psychics and the like, as well as people who are otherwise very sensitive to spirits. But it was in a dream. Yeah, that will be what it is then. So what will happen is your subconscious is attaching onto you what it is that you are scared of. So it's a way of your subconscious telling you something. So if something is really scary in your life, your brain will bring forth something in a dream that it finds very scary, that you find very scary, and it will be a manifestation of your worries, your concerns, the things that you're stressed of in your life will often manifest in your dreams. This is something that happens, time and time again. And that's why you'll find people having they're standing up in front of an auditorium and they're naked, or their teeth fall out while they're doing public speaking. It's usually a visceral fear that comes out when we're very scared or anxious, and it will appear in our dreams in that way. And that's why dreams can be really, really powerful. Where was I? How long? Oh, it jumped. It was something about how long is moon water good for maintaining that energy. So moon water is not the best. It will keep it for a while, but you're not looking for too long. I'd say a few weeks into a month or so. After that point, the energy is really going to start depleting. So really, the sooner you get that water used, the better. And the bonus of things like moon water or rainwater is that a lot of times, if you live in an area where it's able, you can collect it every time it rains. So you never need to necessarily store it for years on end. I, however, will admit I have a giant bottle of lightning water that I still cannot be around, and it's been 4 years. So I think it depends on how strong that environment is as well. And to be honest, it doesn't lightning enough for me to warrant getting rid of it to replace it. So I've just kept it. Right, where was I? Oh, do you know the complete language of herbs? I don't actually, but I'm going to have to look at that one because that looks really interesting. Did you watch the TV show Salem? If so, did you find it entertaining as a fantasy horror series? I think I watched 2 episodes of it, and then I just never continued it. I need to get back into it again because it seems really good. It seems pretty good. Whether it actually is or not is a different matter. Have you worked with elves specifically or know any resources for doing so? So it really depends on what you would consider elves to be. Some people, and also depends on culture and tradition as well. For some people, elves are tall, elegant. Think Lord of the Ring-esque elves, tall, ethereal, better than you, that kind of a spirit. And then there's also elves that are more like the shoemaker's elves, as we see in the story of the shoemaker's elves. So the elves that are more like the shoemaker's elves are similar to other house type spirits. And so I've worked with house spirits, so you might want to look into learning a bit more about house spirits, and you might find working with elves in there as well. Working with elves as in the ethereal, better than you kind of elves are a little bit tricky. I have one friend who works with spirits like this, and very much has advised me not to unless you have an intermediary. So that one I can't really recommend too much on, but if you're after more like shoemaker's elves, then look into some house fae and you might find some more information on them in that. Until now, I had no clue that you can swear. I mean, you can't really on YouTube all that much, but in real life, it's a problem. Have you watched the show The Mayfair Witches? Is The Mayfair Witches the one that Mystic Dylan was working on? If that's the one, I desperately want to watch it, but I can't because I can't access it here. But when I can, I'm 100% watching that, because if Mystic Dylan has worked on it, I know that the information in that is going to be good, and I really want to see it. Do, 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 do. Do. Right, I'm trying to figure out where I was again. I don't know where I was. Oh no. Okay, I'm just gonna go from here. This is where I think I was about. Just curious, have you ever met a witch that used no tools? Yeah. Many. Many. You'll often find that people who practice in the real world, and this is no shade to Instagram or TikTok or YouTube or Facebook witches. I mean, I'm on YouTube right now. But you'll find a lot of people who work on social media will primarily work with tools. And that is because when you are showing other people your practice, your experiences, you're trying to walk them through it, it's really, really hard to do that when you don't have any items. You know, how do you show someone an energy that you can feel but you can't see? How can you walk someone through that? So you'll find that a lot of people on social media will use a lot of tools for that exact reason. And it's why teaching energy work is very difficult. I try to focus on it as much as I can, but it's difficult because people are like, well, what's it meant to feel like? I'm like, well, it's not quite as simple as it either feels like this or this. It could feel like this, or this. So you'll find a lot of people online will have a lot of tools. People in the physical world who practice witchcraft, who have no need to teach other people and don't share their practice with other people, they often don't have tools at all. Some people will, but a lot of people just won't. And it's going to depend on their style of practice. You might find that they work solely with spirits, and they work maybe solely with servitors or familiars, and so they might not necessarily need any tools, or maybe they just work with deities and so on. So I've met lots of people who don't use tools, and I know that there are many, many more out there who don't use tools. But yeah, it's just that you don't see them that often on social media because it's just so much more difficult to do anything online where you're showing other people if you don't have items. Oh yes, that is a great book. I forgot that one. Irish Fairy and Folk Tales by W.B. Yeats. That is a really good book on Irish mythology and folklore. Do you know anything about using horsehair in your craft? I don't really. Besides that, female horses were often used in fertility work as well as protection magic. So I suppose that would come very much into it if you wanted it to, I suppose. So, yeah. Do you ever plan on doing appearances here in the United States? Oh, I don't think I am anyone that will be doing appearances anywhere. I am not a big person. I don't think anyone would want me to do appearances. That just seems like such a distant thing. I don't know why anyone would want that. I would like to go to America. I'd like to go to Salem, obviously. I'd like to go to New Orleans, obviously. And some places in America look amazing. I'm scared to go because the flight is crazy. It's like 10 hours to New York-ish. And then it's like 18 if I want to go further across the country. I don't like flying. So like, I don't know about that. Like, maybe one day I will go to America, but I'm scared of planes. They freak me out. They are flying death machines. Well, I mean, they aren't, but I like being dramatic. Planes scare me. So, yeah, where was I? I was about here. Oh, okay. This is kind of a twofer. Do you have any more advice when it comes to seeing spirits? I'm trying the noticing thing in the corner of your eye thing you mentioned, but I'm not getting very far. This might be because seeing spirits isn't your thing. You know, everyone is going to have different talents and different things that they might be good at. And maybe for you, it isn't visuals that you might pick up on. It might instead be sounds or smells. It might be sensations that you feel instead. So all of a sudden, all the hairs on your arms stand up and you don't really know why. It could be worth taking note of that because although some people may really easily see spirits, that might not be everyone's kind of preferred method or what they automatically gravitate towards. So it might be that there's something else that you are probably more in tune with. You know, you might notice phantom smells or hear strange noises, and then you might want to try going down the same avenue just with a slightly different set of tools. So rather than looking with your eyes, you know, listen with your nose. I was meant to say listen with your ears, and I said listen with your nose. Listen with your ears or smell with your nose was where I was going with that. And try doing that, because you might find that there is a different technique in there for you that might be better. Yes, you definitely need to come to Louisiana. There's so much history here, all forms of magic. Well, it's one of the many reasons why I'd love to go, is that it just looks so beautiful, but equally it terrifies me. It really scares me. Also, are people able to see their servitors? Some people. Once again, it depends on what you're skilled at. A lot of people will never see or hear or interact with their servitors in any way that they can tangibly recognize in the physical world. Everything is done astrally, spiritually, in dreams, in altered states, whereas some people will be able to see their servitors. So it's so dependent. You know, some might smell, some might hear. Lots of options there, and it's going to be very flexible depending on the person, how strong that servitor is, how sensitive the practitioner is as well. What book would you recommend for a beginner or guidance into how to start? I have a full video that I would recommend you watch. I know it's going to sound like really long-winded, but I would recommend you watch it, which is all about beginner witchcraft books. If on YouTube you just type beginner witchcraft books, Hearth Witch, and it will come up with that video. And I think there's about 5 or 6 different books in that video that cover a wide range of different topics on witchcraft, and it goes over which ones you might find most useful for the style of practice that you would like to do. So I would recommend checking that out, because it's going to go over it way more than I could here. Okay, I'm trying to figure out where I was again. You can tell I've been sitting here for a while because I'm starting to like bounce around a little bit. Oh, can you use crystals and herbs with conflicting properties in spells as long as you indicate in the spell which properties you want to utilize? Yes. You can, yes. Because everything has so many different properties. You know, every plant, every flower, every stone has about a dozen properties associated with it. And so you really do need to target different aspects of that herb, that plant, that crystal, to be able to cement it into that ritual. So yeah, you definitely can, as long as the correspondences and the aspects of it that you're drawing on align with everything else, then yeah, you can definitely incorporate things that would seemingly be counterintuitive together into a ritual. It's that time of night where I just start making weird ass noises. I think one day you will have your own books in your library. I hope that that is true one day. If I ever have the focus to finish a book, then I would love that one day. Do you read books solely on knowledge or for fun as well? I do like reading books for fun, but I find that it tends to take a back burner because I have to be like in the right mindset to read. And so if I'm going to read and I need to film a video, then I'm going to read a book related to work. And so I end up not reading for fun as much as I would like to, because there just isn't enough time for me to read them both without getting distracted. Like, I find that the longer I read for, I have to put on my, like, I have like colored glasses for dyslexia to help me read easier. And I find that as time goes on, I get more tired, my eyes get more tired, I have to put the glasses on, and then the glasses don't work anymore, and then I just give up. Because it's just easier. Thank you so much for being here, John. Thank you. I really appreciate it, because you've been on for ages. Thank you so, so much. I wish I could say bye to everyone, but often I don't see when people have said like bye, and then I miss it, and then I feel bad. What are your opinions on familiars? They are always in fiction, and I haven't been able to find much information on them. Try Familiar, The Witch's Familiar by Raven Gramassi. It's not the best book on the subject, but it's pretty decent. Familiars, to me, as they are to a lot of practitioners, are spirits that we enter into contract with to aid us in our spiritual practice, our magic, our witchcraft, everything else, to help with protection, to gain information from other spirits, to aid in pushing our spells forwards, to improve the speed, linking things up so spells travel faster. Other people will refer to familiars as being their pets. Personally, I would consider that more of a magical companion than a familiar, but that is just based on personal experience. I don't know how you'd find it, actually. We spoke about this quite in depth during the last live stream, during the last hour or so, I believe, but I will have to go back and check, because I don't put timestamps on them because I would be there for literal days. But I'll have to do a video one day on familiars. I keep saying I'm going to do it. I keep scripting it and then never finishing it. So I will get round to it one day. Does astral projection happen in different ways for everyone? What's your favourite way to project? Are there any good books about or including it? There are books. I've not really read any that go into full detail on how. There is a book, but I don't remember where I've put it. I think it might be upstairs, on astral projection. It was in one of my quarterly book breakdowns that goes over the different ways that people have done it and how they've experienced it, and that was a great book. If I can find the name of it, I'll try to remember the name of it, but I don't really remember. It was small and it was orange and blue. That's all I remember. But yeah, you can astral project in many different ways. Some people do it while they're awake, sitting upright. Some people will do it while listening to music. Some people will just be able to drop into it and just be gone. Some people astral project. Most people will astral project to start off with during sleep, and it is by far the easiest way of doing it. I have a video on the differences between astral projection and dreaming, lucid dreaming, so you can see whether you've ever astral projected for yourself, because a lot of people likely have astral projected, but they don't realize that they've astral projected until much, much, much later. But I'll be honest, I like sleep. I like sleep astral projection. It's so much easier. You just set your intention, you go to sleep, you chill, and then you wake up tired because you spent the entire night traversing the astral plane, which is what usually happens. I have a book on charms and enchantments. One of the charms requires cobwebs and recently dead flies. Is there a way to work around those ingredients to complete the charm? It's to bind your enemies. I would recommend just changing the charm entirely. Well, not changing the charm entirely, but that is essentially a binding spell. I've got a binding spell on my channel. I apologize that in that video I am wearing an I'm a cat hoodie. Don't know why the hell I was wearing an I'm a cat hoodie on a video on YouTube, but I don't want to take the video down though, because I love that spell, but God, why was I wearing that hoodie? It even had ears on it. The hood had ears on it. Anyway, that spell, that kind of binding spell, can be adapted for anything. So that kind of spell could be used as a bind your enemy spell. You just need to adapt it slightly, and then you don't have to use any of the cobwebs or flies. It is a visceral ingredient, and that's why it's often included, because it's that guttural, awful reaction. You want to bind them up and make them really uncomfortable. But you can do this in a similar way. If you take the binding spell that I did in my binding spell video, it uses a photograph or a piece of paper with tag locks on it, so their name, their date of birth, those kind of things. And then if before you bind it with the cord, you sprinkle cayenne pepper or some kind of hot fiery ingredient in that paper before you start binding it, you essentially have a similar idea, but without the cobwebs and the flies. Because I'll be honest, that's kind of gross. And it's not going to last for very long either, because it's going to start degrading and all that. Are you Wiccan? I'm not. I used to be. For about 8 years, I was a Wiccan, and then I decided it really wasn't for me, and I was actually more interested in every other aspect of the craft except the Wiccan religion. And so I decided, you know what, I think it's time for me to, it's time for me to leave that path and go on my own path. And I'm much happier for it, honestly. So this is, if anything, a sign to say that you don't need to stick to one path forever. Like, our paths change, what we need changes, and that's okay too. You know, not every book, I just read the word book again and I said it. Not every path needs to be our, like, end goal path. You know, sometimes things come and go, and that's fine too. I'm trying to find where I am. So in the meantime, I will answer this one, which is, I mean, you can remake the binding video if you want in reference to the cat hoodie, but like, I don't know, like, I feel like that video holds like a special place in my heart, and like, I kind of don't want to remake the video, but also like, I try to forget that the video exists, because yeah, it was a cute hoodie. I just don't know why I was wearing it in a video, and this is why things change. Like, when I first started my channel, I didn't really care about editing or lighting or color correction or like anything. I would just pick up the camera and I would just film whatever I was thinking at that given moment. And then people start watching, and then you get the comments, you know, you get the you look weird. Why's your hair like that? Why are you wearing that? And then I just started completely changing what I was doing. And now I look back at those videos and I was like, I would never, ever go on camera wearing an I'm a cat hoodie ever again. It was just like that, like, it's that like starting bit of my channel where I'm like, oh, I kind of don't want to lose that, because that's like where the channel started, as me in an I'm a cat hoodie in a poorly lit room and just talking about witchcraft. So like, it kind of has that like integrity that I like in it. So despite me disliking the hoodie, I think I'm gonna keep it. I completely lost where I was, but that's why I went off on a tangent, because I completely got lost. Ooh. Oh, interesting. So this is just one I'm gonna have to go off because I'm not really sure where I was. But when you offer land spirits, honey, do they give you anything in return? No. I mean, they don't have to. You are choosing to give them something. They are not obligated to give anything back. If you form a connection with them and you're doing it for the right reasons, you might find that over several weeks, months, even years, you build up that connection, that rapport with the land spirits, and you might find that you can start calling on them for spells and rituals. They might aid you with that, but it's not that if you give one offering, then you're going to get something back. It is not necessarily I give you something, you give me something. A lot of the time with spirits, it takes a long time to build that rapport with spirits before you start getting any kind of response to that. I love this. Holy crap, you've been here for a while. I have, yeah. It's been nearly 4 hours. What can I say? I get into it and it's fun. I like talking witchcraft with people who also like talking witchcraft. What is not to like? I almost feel like, and I know that people have asked me to do it before, but I never know how I feel about it. I almost feel like I need to do like a proper chat thing where people can like talk and we can just like chat like we're actually having a conversation, not like I'm talking to a webcam. Like maybe on Patreon or something, like every so often do like proper, everyone can be included in this conversation. I'm not sure how that would work though, because that's like a bunch of people trying to talk over each other and that might be a disaster. But I don't know. That would be really cool to be able to do that one day, to be able to like actually chat with people. I think though I might die of embarrassment. I might just like want the floor to swallow me whole because that's a lot of people to talk to. Anyway, let's see where I was. I was somewhere on here. When I was a teen, I cast a spell using fire and me as an offering. I don't remember anything more about it, but I feel like it's messed with me ever since. Cleansing doesn't work. What do I do? Do a cord cutting. So you are essentially I have a video on my channel about cord cutting. I am going to be doing another one in the future where it doesn't involve candles. So for anyone who wants that kind of a video, I'm going to do that. It essentially allows you to break the ties that hold onto your energy. So if you have given your energy to something, even if you don't remember what it is, you're able to link you via like a thread or a piece of cord or something to wherever your energy is going. It's just this ethereal place. You don't need to know where it is. You just need to know that it's going somewhere. And you are going to sever that cord. And essentially, it might feel like energetic whiplash for a while, but you break that cord and all of that energy that's been floating around is just going to like whip back at you again. It might not be fun for a few days, but this way, whatever it is that you have offered to, you are drawing that energy back. You are breaking that. But I would try as best as you can to figure out what it was for. I mean, you don't have to tell me, you don't have to tell anyone, but figure out what it was for, because you might need to give something else in offering to it if you've withdrawn an offering. So give something else in return. It very much is going to vary depending on what it is that you offered it for. So just try your best to try and remember it, because you might need to give an offering in replacement. Trying to figure out where I was. Oh no. Ooh. Wow, my voice just broke. My connection to the elements are not at all in balance, and my boyfriend, who is also a witch, recommended elemental meditation. Do you have any advice or book recommendations? So I think it's pretty fair to say probably that very few practitioners will be balanced in all of the elements. I mean, people are always going to lean more towards fire or towards water, or, you know, whatever it is that you're leaning more towards. You might find that one element is a bit neglected in you, whether that's physically, energetically, or simply a preference. You might find that one just doesn't do it for you like the others. So it ultimately depends on whether you feel okay with it being out of whack. If it isn't bothering you, then sure, you can work towards creating balance, but don't try and push it too much if you don't feel like you need to. But if it is throwing you out of whack, then you can do lots of things. I mean, I don't really know of any books on the subject of elemental meditation, but there's plenty of books on the elements. One of my favorites being the Llewellyn Elements series, where they did earth, air, fire, water, you know, the elements, no shit. And that could be good for trying to build that connection in other ways. I mean, there's many element meditations online that you can work with, or you can work with the elements and the elementals in a more tactile, tangible way. Kind of take yourself out of your normal practice and spend time with the air element. If you don't particularly find that it works well with you and it doesn't connect with you that well, then kind of force yourself little by little to slowly make that connection. And then hopefully you'll start building it up and building that comfort up in your practice, so everything is a little bit more balanced out. But I don't think it's necessarily the end of the world if you're not balanced, as long as it isn't negatively impacting your workings and your life as well. I can hear music. What day is it today? Thursday. So there shouldn't really be anyone playing music at this time. Oh no. We will have to see where that one goes. Okay, I'm trying to figure out where I was again, because it jumped. Oh no. Okay, let's see where I was. What is your personal type of magic and beliefs? That's kind of a very... I can't really get too specific on that, because, like, I don't really know how to describe it. I know that I am primarily a hearth magic practitioner. I enjoy using candles and fire probably more than any other form of magic. Many of you will likely know that if you've seen any of my spell videos. They usually contain fire, and for me, I follow a form of paganism that focuses on deities of the British Isles, and I don't know, I don't know how else to simplify a practice. Like, I find it really difficult, honestly, to kind of reduce my practice down to like just a few things. I find that really difficult. My brain is just a cacophony of noise, I swear. Any idea what the origin of the phrase light and dark are turning, luck be in the burning is? I recognise it, but I'm not really sure where I recognise it from. So it's probably from some kind, well, it will be from some kind of ritual. I know it's the name, I now know that it's the name of a novel. But other than that, it will definitely come from some kind of ritual sphere. It may be a Wiccan circle of some kind, possibly. But yeah. Oh, do we have here? Wait. Sounds like something Gardner would write. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It sounds kind of like a kind of a high priest and priestess Wiccan ritual kind of a thing, possibly for like a Beltane festival, something with fire aspect to it, perhaps. Interesting. Is it in a video I reacted? That's a good point. Is it in a video? Is it? Wait, hang on. I think you might be onto something. Is that what they say in? Okay, I'm gonna have to, after this, I'm gonna have to go and check that. But when I reacted to BuzzFeed Joins a Coven, they did a fire ritual with a rope, and it was a not magic spell, and he did a lot of chanting before he set fire to it. That could be where I've heard it before. I'll have to check in that video if you want to. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, I rewatch every video. I really appreciate that. But if someone wants to check that, I can't. It's going to slow the stream down too much if I do that. It might be the chant that's in that, in which case it will probably be found in several Wiccan circles, and that's maybe why it's quite commonplace. Okay, let's figure out where I was. Oh, Your Not Magic book has an updated or different cover? Or maybe that's why I've not been able to find it anywhere since. That would make sense. Yeah, I got this like 4 or 5 years ago, I think, so that doesn't surprise me. Where on earth was I? It bounced again and I am completely lost. I'm completely lost. Okay, I've got to be around here somewhere. When did you know that you were a witch? I was practicing witchcraft before I knew what witchcraft was, is the best way to describe it. So at first, because the witchcraft books that I found in the library were all about Wicca, I thought that what I was practicing was Wicca, and so I referred to myself as a Wiccan, and I followed the teachings of Wicca, and I pursued initiatory Wicca. And it was only later did I realise that what I was actually practicing, what I was drawn to, was witchcraft, and that's when I began to refer to myself as a witch. Can a servitor be a good familiar, or is a real spirit preferable? A servitor can make a phenomenal familiar, but they have pros and cons, as any familiar does. So a real familiar, that being a familiar spirit that is separate from you. So you haven't created it. It resides in the spiritual plane, separate from you. It has no connection to you other than being a familial spirit. That kind of familiar will often have connections in the spiritual world. It will have friends on the other side, so to speak, if I were to quote from The Princess and the Frog. So they're going to have connections with other spirits that you can draw on to gain information. A servitor familiar, a servitor being a spirit that you have created for a specific purpose, can be phenomenal. You have a better connection with that servitor, you have more control over that servitor, you have more flexibility over what that servitor will or will not do. But they are not going to have the connections with the spiritual plane as a real, like a non-man-made spirit will have. And so pros and cons with everything. They are phenomenal familiars, but they aren't necessarily good in every single circumstance. Can you astral project to another room? A long time ago, my oldest son saw my younger son in the hall staring at the wall, but he was asleep in their room. Yes, you can. So astral projection doesn't have to take you to a different plane. So you're kind of in an adjacent plane. So you're like super close, you're like spiritual, you're a spirit in the physical plane. And then you can traverse to the astral plane. So yeah, you can traverse the physical plane in a spiritual form. And many people, especially practitioners, will see other people astral projecting in their waking life while that person is astral projecting. And so sometimes people can actually confuse a full body apparition of what they think is a ghost, and instead it will be someone who is astral projecting, which I think is really interesting. And it doesn't happen too often, but if you do have a highly sensitive person, you can perceive people who are astral projecting, even if they're in their astral form, whilst you are wide awake. It's really interesting. Da, 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 da. Do, 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 do. Okay, this is an interesting one. I was at the countryside and a friend spotted a figure in the dark. Later, I woke up feeling extremely cold and sensing very disturbing images in my mind. Do you think it was an entity or just a dream? I suppose the question is, was the you going to the countryside and seeing a figure in the dark part of the dream, or did that happen earlier? Was that before you fell asleep, or was that during the dream? I'd say that this could well simply be a nightmare more than anything. It could have been an entity. If it was, you are more than likely to have experienced these images in more than one dream. So it could be worth, racking your mind, see if you saw these things in another dream, in which case then I'd say it might be an entity. But if it's just a one-off thing, it could well have just been a bad dream. Is it common to connect to ancestors that have passed in your lifetime? Yeah, if anything, people will more commonly connect to ancestors that they have known in their lives. So you'll often find people connecting with grandparents, great-grandparents, aunts, uncles, because it's someone that we know. We have a direct link to them. It's easier to connect with them than it is to someone further back in our lineage. Trying to figure out where... Oh, it jumped. I was just trying to figure out where I was. The figure was while we were outside, so could this have been just a standard person? Or it could have been a spirit, in which case it may well have been that they are trying to express something to you because you were maybe more sensitive and it manifested in your dreams. And then because you didn't come in contact with them again, you've never experienced it again since. That could be an option for that. Right. I think I'm going to have to go soon. Because I've been here for like 4 hours. I need a drink and to relax, I think. So I'm going to answer a few more. I'm so glad that I can be of some comfort, and I'm really sorry that you have been bullied. That is awful. I never understand why people bully people. I don't get it. And I know it isn't much comfort, but usually the people that bully other people, they dislike themselves more than they could ever dislike anyone else. And they take that out on other people. And that's the sad reality of it all, that hurt people hurt people. It doesn't make it any better for the people who are being bullied, but just know that they aren't bullying you because of you. They're bullying you because of them. And that's a sad and it's an awful way of expressing those emotions. But yeah, people do, and it's awful. So I hope that you're doing okay. And I hope that it hasn't got to you too much, because you're better. You are better. And you're awesome. I know that. Because you're here. You're awesome. Ooh, here we go. Can you talk a little about the spell using a box with mirrors on the inside and either tag locks or photos representing two people? I heard you talk about it in a video once, but I can't find it out now. So yeah, I can't remember exactly what the context of this was, but mirror boxes are usually used to contain things, especially if those mirrors are locked. If you haven't seen my locking mirrors video, it was the last video that I posted. Now, a locked mirror cannot act as liminal space anymore. It cannot allow spirits and energies to come and go. So instead, it reflects them. So when you have a mirror box, whatever you put in that box, energetic, spirit, or spell, the energy is going to be reflected across and around that box. So the energy is not going to dissipate. It's just going to ricochet around that box. So if you were to do a binding spell, for instance, and you wanted someone to have to face their actions, to show this person what they've been doing to other people, how their actions are perceived by others, you might want to take a tag lock that belongs to them, put it in the box, put a little bit of information about what it is that they want to see about themselves, stick that in the box, and then seal it. And then they are constantly getting the energy that they are giving out. They are seeing it now in themselves because it's all around them. You cannot avoid that what they are doing, how they are behaving to other people is a negative impact on other people's lives, because now it's negatively impacting them like it's negatively impacting the people that it's usually targeted against. You can use this style of working for anything. So if you want to keep something safe, so for instance, if you wanted to have a protection necklace and you didn't want to have to charge it so often, but you don't want to attach it to a battery, you wear it throughout the day, you charge it up just before you go to bed, just gently, you don't need too much, and then you put it in a mirror box. If it's in a mirror box, that energy cannot dissipate because it's trapped within that box. So then you wake up the next day, you put the necklace back on again, that energy hasn't dissipated from last night, and then you can go about your day. So you can use these kind of mirror boxes for so many different things, really go wild with them, adapt them however you like, and yeah, they're really good. They're kind of a pain in the ass to make, but once you make them, they're really good. Ooh, I feel like I'm only got half of this question. Okay, I'll go off the half that I've got. So it says that my magic is blocked or something like that, and then I've got this part. And other times when I see magic spells online, I feel like I have to add to them, or that there's something missing, or how do I improve on them? Is that normal? Yeah, it's completely normal. I will not use a spell out of a book like this and not adapt it. I will always change something. I'll tweak something, I'll add something, I'll take something away, whatever I need to do. I will mess with that working to get it how I like it. And that's pretty commonplace. Yeah, most people will do that. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Sabrina. Thank you so much. Do you know any truth spells? Not off the top of my head, no. Unfortunately, I don't really retain any of the spells that I make. I make them specific for a purpose, but I will try to make a few different spells that I can do on the channel. Possibly as Sunday videos, perhaps as little smaller videos, and I'll try and do a truth spell. And then the last one I think I'm going to do this time before it gets too late, or maybe I'll do a few more, I don't know, is how would you have any protections if you didn't use tools? Easy, energy. You don't need tools if you've got energy. You literally can take a rock outside and you can use it as an anchor for your protection seal. Like, you literally create an energetic shield, you link it to a battery, you link the battery to a rock, and as long as that rock is on your property, you have protections up all the time. You can create sigils, and you can draw them on walls, or you can draw them on yourself, or you can draw them in the air as protection for your property. You can enlist the help of familiars or servitors to be able to patrol your property, to offer spiritual protection. You can work with deities and other spirits in order to do the same. You can energize protection jewelry, crystals, stones, sigils, herbs, plants. If you don't want to use any of them, then just like a bog standard necklace that you already own. You can energize it for protection and then wear it to offer yourself personal protection. There are so many ways. You don't need objects to have protection. And if people... And I see this a lot. I think a lot of people say that you need objects for protection because they want to sell you objects for protection. And in reality, you can get so creative and do so many things without any items. So yeah, here we go. I want to paint some sigils for good energy on canvases and hang them on my walls and infuse a space with that energy. What's your opinion on that idea? I think that's a really great idea. I mean, it depends on how big you want it to go, because you could even add in like moon water into that. You can infuse herbs. You can like grind dried herbs into your paint and allow it to dry down, so then you have the energy of those herbs in the canvas as well. You can add stones and other things on there to really boost it. I think that sounds like a great idea, honestly. Have you read Magic Lessons? It's the prequel to Practical Magic. I haven't, no, but I'm really interested. I'm going to go through the Practical Magic movie and see what I like in that as well, because I've already seen it, but I want to like properly take notes. Okay, I think I'm going to have to go now. I need to go sit down. I need to have a drink of water and a snack. So thank you so much for being here tonight. It means so much to me that so many of you stay on for so long. It really does mean a lot to me. If you enjoy these videos, please like them. I love getting to see the likes and read the comments and everything else. If you're new, please subscribe if you can. It is completely free and it means a lot to me, and I post new content every single week. I do these live streams on a monthly basis, so check back. I usually do them the Wednesday after the 15th of the month, but I will post them on YouTube a few days in advance. If you would like to support me further, I do have a Patreon, whereas for as little as £1.50 a month, I post a monthly video on there as well. If you do want a bit of extra content, there is that. And yeah, all that good stuff. Just thank you for all of your support. Honestly, it means so much to me. And I just love getting to chat with everyone. So I hope that you will join me again for a future video and a future live stream. And this video will be uploaded afterwards. So if you want to wait a few hours to watch it all the way through while you're cleaning or cooking or something, then it will be posted. It'll take maybe like 2 hours, I think, to upload. Okay, I'm going to go now. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you have a marvelous, magical day. I hope you're all staying safe, and I will see you in the next video. Okay, bye!